we're extremely grateful for this initiative that Nastaran started several years ago, and it's turning into an incredibly important series on non-Zoroastrian Iranian religion. So I'm Matthew Canepa. I'm the Layah Mirjalali Presidential Chair in Art History and Archaeology of Ancient Iran here at University of California, Irvine. And I'm pleased to open this symposium along with my colleagues and co-organizers, Carlo Cereti and Touraj Daryaee. And also just want to thank Carlo for taking the lead in organizing this event. And it's an excellent panel, sets of panel that we have here. So I'll be introducing the speakers in our first panel, including our opening keynote, Nikolaus Schindel. But before Professor Daryaee just wants to say an opening word of welcome and just to actually read a poem for us. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Hi, everyone. I think I know everybody, just in case those who are away on Zoom. My name is Touraj Daryaee. I'm the director of the Center for Persian Studies. And it's really a pleasure to have these Nastaran Akhavan symposiums and lectures on Mitra Mani and now Mazdak, and it is going to continue. Which is, we're grateful to you. Thank you so much for your hospitality, your giving, and your support. Thank you. I just talked to my mom who's in Tehran, and the bombing today was very different from the previous days. She's a bit shaken. I am not in the really mood of giving you much more academic sort of verbiage. I think Professor Cereti can do that. But I'd like to read a part of a poem that is with me, and I think many of us. And then I will turn the table to you. And this is, of course, my mother is just one person for the entire population of Iran and the country. خانه‌ام آتش گرفته است. خانه‌ام آتش گرفته است. آتشی بی‌ره. همچنان می‌سوزد این آتش. نقش هایی را که من بستم به خون دل بر سر و چشم و در و دیوار در شب رسوای بی ساحل وای بر من می سوزد و سوزد غنچه هایی را که پروردم به دشواری در دهان گود گلدان ها روزهای سخت بیماری از فراز بام هاشان شد دشمنانم موذیانه خنده های فتحشان بر لب بر من آتش به جان ناظر در پناه این مشبک شب من به هر سو می دوم گریان از این بیداد می کنم فریاد ای فریاد ای فریاد وای بر من همچنان می سوزد این آتش آنچه دارم یادگار و دفتر و آنچه دارد منظر و پیغام من به دستان پر از تاول این طرف را می کنم خاموش و از لهیب آن روم از هوش زان دگر سوی شعله برخیزد به گردش دود تا سحرگاهان که می دانم که بود و من شود نام خفتند این مهربانان همسایگانم شاد در بستر صبح از من مانده بر جا مشت خاکستر وای آیا هیچ سرور می کند از خواب مهربان همسایگانم از پی امداد سوزدم این آتش بیداد در بنیاد می کنم فریاد ای فریاد فریاد. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here. Thank you, of course, Nastaran, for making this possible, as Matthew has already said. The Mazdak movement and the 6th century in Iran marks a period of crisis. A period of crisis that eventually led to what has been called the last great war of antiquity, that Khosrow II and Heraclius. But Heraclius is the one who won it. But it's such a very deep crisis also shows us that Iran is always able to, like the phoenix, to be reborn out of its own ashes. And I think that it is particularly significant that we are trying to study such a moment of crisis in antiquity, and to see how out of that crisis, the most glowing period of Sasanian history was Khosrow I and Khosrow II was born, and how one finally, even after the Arab invasions of Iran, Iran was reborn to reach the utmost peak of its civilizations, the Safavids, and so on. So I won't say much, and it's not up to me to say anything about what is happening now in Iran, which is terribly saddening for all of us. It is up to the Iranians to decide what they want for themselves. To us, to those who can qualify at maximum to be called Iran Dost, is just the hope that Iran will be able to survive and that Iranian identity will grow stronger than ever. So thank you again. Thank you to all of you for taking your time being here. I won't say anything more and not have the right to say anything more, but still, when people working on Iran meets, we cannot do without thinking of what is happening today. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Carlo. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first opening keynote speaker, Dr. Nikolaus Schindel. Dr. Schindel is a world-renowned numismatist and senior researcher at the Austrian Archaeological Institute of the Austrian Academy of Sciences. His work focuses on the intersection of monetary history, archaeology, and the political economy of the ancient and medieval worlds. He is particularly recognized for his meticulous approach to die studies and his ability to use coinage as a primary source for understanding imperial administration and succession. And I know him just as much as an historian as a numismatist. So his major works, and no, he will not take that title. But his work is very important for coins as a primary source within history. His major works include the Silologe Numorum Sassanidarum, a monumental multi-volume series documenting Sasanian coinage, specifically volumes 2 and 3.1. No,
3 and 4.
3 and 4. There we go. So many of them. The early Abbasid coinage of Transoceania, a deep dive into the monetary shifts of the early Islamic period, and then numerous contributions regarding the Roman, Byzantine, and Sasanian empires. So without further ado, Schindel.
No, but no, there's a part. No. The light. Which one is it? Be careful. Just bring it one.
Well, what is the name of
the
file?
Oh, I think Irvine Final or something like that.
Oh,
Is-
Urban Final?
Yeah, that's it. Is there something like a, how do I get from there or put it down?
Oh, we really want to change the slides?
Yeah. Ah, okay, great. Does it work? Yeah. So, thanks for having me here. As is generally known, Sasanian coins are the only official source of the Sasanian state that is attested throughout the entire series. We have, in the early Sasanian period, rock reliefs, which are very important for the understanding of royal imperial art and propaganda, but these basically fade away with the later 4th century. We have in the 3rd century and also in the 4th century very important inscriptions, but these also are not attested for the entire duration of the dynasty. Coins we have all the way from Ardashir I to Yastgat III, and not just like in a few isolated examples by the thousands and tens of thousands, and all told, probably will nowadays have hundreds of thousands of Sasanian coins, which can tell us their story. So as an official source, mass source, coins are indispensable for the understanding of many aspects of Sasanian history in a very broad sense. The big problem is the coins at first glance only tell us their story. And because of the character of Sasanian coins, the basically non-commemorative character of Sasanian coins, the story they tell us, and the story we would like to know in the context of this event here about Mazdak and the Mazdakites, don't easily match. In the Roman Empire, especially from the 1st to the 3rd century, we sometimes have coins that really give you a very clear-cut, very real political message, like this Tertius of Trajan with the reverse legend Rex Partistatus. A king has been given to the Persians as the alleged victory and alleged proclamation of Roman triumph over the Persians in Trajan's war against his eastern enemies. In the long run, this triumph turned out to be not that great, and Hadrian, the successor of Trajan, basically had to leave the territories only shortly occupied by the Romans. And in the end, it was a stalemate and not the kind of triumph that this Roman coin struck in the mint of Rome in 115, I think, tries to tell us. This is not to say that we don't have allusions to actual events, actual political military events. You see the very famous cameo of Shapur I capturing the Roman Emperor Valerian in 260 AD, which is also mentioned in the famous Kaaba Itzardust inscription set up by the same king. But coins, Sasanian coins, other than their Roman parallels, do not normally portray political events directly, like this Rex Partistatus Tertius does. The only exception is a very strange double dinar published a few years ago by Aldram et al. I show you here a very bizarre modern forgery. I mean, this is just for tourists. It's just a bizarre little thing. I myself am a little bit skeptical of this double dinar published by Aldram and others is genuine. But so if this one coin, which allegedly depicts the capture of Valerian, but refers in the inscription to the treaty with Philip in a phrase very similar to a line in the Kaaba Itzardust inscription. If this coin model, the gold model, is genuine, okay, then we have one single special issue of the Sasanian period, which actually portrays a real political event, but it's one in hundreds of thousands of Sasanian coins. And basically, the allusion to political events, to political history, is an indirect way by telling a narrative of royal glory, of royal run religion, however we want to define the impact and the propagandistic meaning of the reverse images, but it's not like we say a king has been given to that or that, or Mazdak has been defeated or something like that. And what I will try now, as we don't have any coin that says in Middle Persian, Mazdak has been defeated or something like that, I will try to have a look at some aspects of Sasanian coinage from the 5th to the 6th centuries, on which I have worked while writing for 2004 SNS 3, the volume covering the period from 309 to 531, from the accession to the throne of Shah II to the death of Kavad I, and in 2022 with my volume on the coinage of Khusro I. And the period, especially the later period of SNS 3, Kavad I first reign, Shamash Kavad II second reign, the period all the way from 488 to 531, and the reign of Khusro I certainly covered a period when these Mazdakite events took place. And I will try to see if we can make any indirect references and get a better understanding of the overall situation of Iran. We won't learn anything about Mazdak, his doctrines, chronology of the events, etc. But maybe we can get a few glimpses into the administrative, economic history, maybe some aspects of royal ideology, and maybe all this might add up to get from the one type of source, coins, a slightly better understanding, and if it's only for asking new questions, which is also good. I mean, let's see. So I will begin with going in the wrong direction, sorry. Peros, the father of Kavad, and the king who is certainly regarded as one of the most unfortunate of all Sasanian rulers. He fell in battle against the Heftalites in the east in 484. A few years earlier, maybe, but this is very, very hypothetically datable to 474 or so, he was captured by the Heftalites after a lost battle, and he had to pay a ransom to get released. Now, this ransom was not huge. It was just a few tens of thousands of silver drachms. It was not like an incredible amount of money, but still, it might have caused some problems to the royal economy. And the gold coin I'm showing you here is interesting insofar as Peros is the only king who struck a large number of gold coins in Western Iran. The only other king of whom we have a fairly high number of gold coins is Shah II, but his gold coins mostly come from means in the east, Marv, Herat, Kabul, and probably have to be seen in the context of the Kushano-Sasanian realm, which existed in this area at the same time, even if the chronology of this area is very, very disputed. But anyways, Peros is the only king who struck a fairly high number of gold coins in Western Iran. I mean, we have probably like 20 times more gold coins of Peros than of Kavad and Khusro I combined. Talking about dinars, the main denomination, 4.25 grams of most pure gold. We have of Kavad 1 genuine coin, and of Khusro the first 5. And of Peros, we certainly nowadays reach a 3-digit number. So it's really unusual, and relatively speaking, the later rulers who reigned longer than Peros actually combined, and each of them individually, it is Kavad 43 years with interruption, and Khusro first 48 years, whereas Peros only reigned for 27 years. And still his gold coins are so common that this might have been something special and might have been some indication of some financial problems, or maybe just an alternative approach of his government and his administration to how to style the imperial monetary system. Because normally, if an empire is in problems, political, military, economic problems, it can often lead to devaluation of the currency, meaning in a value currency where every single coin is in the end a little ingot. Every single Sasanian coin is a little ingot of silver, and its value in monetary circulation is not decided by the state, but it's decided by the fact that it contains like 95% of silver and has a fixed weight. And so people can trust in the precious metal content of this coin, which is a very different concept from what we are all familiar with nowadays. But basically, Sasanian coins are ingots and not like paper money or some piece of iron with a little bit of copper covering. This is really the value of the coin is dictated by its precious metal content. And under Peros, on the one hand, we see no debasement. For example, I showed you the capture of Valerian, the Roman emperor captured in 260. His son Gallienus reigned for another 8 years. When Valerian was captured, the Antoninianus, the main denomination at the Roman Empire of this time, had about like 40% silver. Within just a few months, actually, it declined from 40 to 4% silver. The remainder of these coins was copper. So it was basically a copper coin with a little bit of silver, which by a chemical process was washed, the copper was washed away, and the coin looked more silvery than it contained silver. In the Sasanian Empire under Peros, we see no decline in silver quality. The silver consistently is more than 95% in the drachms. And at the same time, because we also can observe that in the gold coinage of Gallienus, the gold coins of Gallienus did not decline in purity. They remained at like 97, 98% gold, but the weights lost any meaningful system. Whereas under Peros, the weight system was actually improved. Before, the coins were struck al marco. That means that from, say, 100 gram of silver, you have to strike something like, say, 20 coins. And whether one coin weighed 4 gram or 4.5 gram was not that important, as long as all these coins together added up to the total amount of silver they should contain. From Peros onwards, they were struck al pezzo, like the Roman solidus. So every single coin, when it left the mint, had the same weight within the limits of accuracy that were possible in the pre-modern empire. And that is 0.05 grams, which is the accuracy which was reached in the 5th century. So in fact, while the enlarged gold coinage of Peros might show that the empire, that the king had to look for new innovative models how to make payments, the silver coin, by far the most important monetary unit in the entire history of the Sasanian Empire, improved in its technical execution, its production quality, and the precious metal content remained the same. So it's not really evidence of a crisis. And there's another very important point. I will show it to you with examples from the reign of Kuzo I, but it's also important to point out that the system of central die production was an innovation by Peros. From Peros onwards, the dies for the coin production from mints from modern Caucasian region to Khorasan, to eastern Iran, were all made probably in the mint of Ctesiphon and then sent out to the various mint, which replaced the earlier system of local die production. And this system remained in power all the way until the coming of the Arabs, which is also very important because it shows, as I've tried to emphasize in discussing Walkash, the successor of Peros, who was regarded as a very weak ruler, very weak king in the written sources. But under him, we can clearly observe that the system of monetary production remained in power, meaning that whatever the sources say about the actual possibilities of Walkash to exercise his power in other aspects, coin production, a very important, actually pivotal aspect of pre-modern rule, remained firmly under the royal control. So we see here, both with Peros and with Walkash, that the image of an overall crisis, which the written sources, especially the Iranian sources like Tabari, etc., tell us, and the evidence we get from the coins are not in accord. That does not necessarily mean that what Tabari tells us is wrong, but it just shows that in the kind of political, ideological sense of approaching Iranian history, so the Khudaynama tradition, as we find it in Tabari, for example, and the actual reality of the exercise of power, royal power, in the peculiar example, the peculiar case of coin production, the image we can get, the history we can derive is different. These histories are slightly different from each other. So let's go to Kawat. came to the throne only in 488 while Kash was removed from the throne. A very important question, in my opinion, is how old was Kawad when he became king? And we have both in the Eastern and in the Western tradition two different opinions, which simply contradict each other. The one is that Kawad was already a grown-up man in his 40s when he became king. The other is that he was a teenager. And just from source criticism of Malalas versus Procopius and Tabari versus Dinavari, it's difficult to decide. But we have the coins. And I think they give us a definitive answer. If you look at these two images, that's coin issues of the first reign of Kawad from the same mint, basically Susa in Khuzestan. And you see that on the left coin, he only has a very reduced beard on the cheek, no mustache. And on the right coin, which is obviously later, you have a full beard covering the entire cheek portion. And the same depiction, which you see on the right coin, can be found on all the issues of the second reign of Kawad. Now, while these images are certainly stylized and they are not like photorealistic, the depiction of a younger ruler with a not yet fully grown beard is something that we can find throughout ancient coinage. I give you here an earlier example from the Roman Empire of Caracalla, born in the 180s, murdered in 217, and you have a boy, then a almost grown-up teenager, late teens, and then the fully grown Caracalla in the year of his assassination when he was like 27 or something like that, 28. And a very similar phenomenon we can observe here, meaning that on the evidence of the coins, because for a grown-up it made no sense to show him without the full beard, which is a very important aspect of manliness and of a Sasanian Iranian ruler. So you don't depict the ruler without beard if you don't have to. And for me, unescapable conclusion is that when Kawad became king in 488, he was still a teenager. He was not yet fully grown up. And maybe this also has a certain impact for the entire story of the Mazdakites, because whether someone approaches kind of a revolution, I mean, maybe I'm talking too much like the 1960s or so, but still, whether someone gets into kind of a revolution when he is 20 or when he's 50, I mean, okay, we have revolutionaries which were 50 or 60 or so. Trotsky was not like 15 when he started what he did, but still, the idea that as a young man he was more prone into this type of thing is at least a hypothesis. But anyway, I think that the variant that Kawad was a young man, so maybe just 15 or 16 when he acceded the throne in 488 is more probable, which also maybe narrows down a little bit the range we can attribute to when Khusro was probably born, which is also an interesting point, because our sources, basically for when Sasanian rulers were born, we don't have that many sources. And if we have here a little bit of insights and a little bit of clues, then maybe that's a good thing. Looking for anything special and noteworthy in the coinage of Kawad that one might possibly link to the Mazdakite movement, the only really strange and outstanding issue in terms of typology are these rare copper coins, which have basically the same size as drachms, but invariably made of bronze. And on the one side, they show Kawad, the main type of his second reign, bust of the king to the right. And in the reverse, they show another bust in much earlier 19th century literature that has been regarded as an image of Khusro I as his crown prince. But this is certainly wrong, because coins like this one here clearly say to the right Yazd and to the left Sharevar. I mean, the full interpretation and how we have to see that, whether we can fit it into a Mazdakite context or not, this I leave to experts of Sasanian religious history and this type of stuff. But what is clear is that we do have these coins, but on the one hand, they are fairly rare. And we do have quite a few even rarer special type copper coins under Kawad I. So while the typology of the coins I showed you before is certainly more outstanding than here. We have a few innovative coins like this with 3 times the Huara system on the obverse, another coin in the middle with multiple rims on both sides of the coin, and to the right, this unique coin I published last year in the Journal of the Oriental Numismatic Society, which has a circle at 3 o'clock. No idea what it means. It just shows you that the copper coinage of Kawad, rare as it is, has more variants and more minor novel aspects than the silver coinage. Now talking about silver coinage. In the 3rd and in the 4th century, it was usual that not only the obverses with the individual crowns, which were still fully individual in these centuries, but also the reverses were different. Until basically the late 5th century, it is a rule that every king upon accession adopts a reverse type that is different from his successor's issues. So not only the obverses, but also the reverses make a distinction of the issues of any given king easy. As you can see here, almost the 2nd, sharper the 2nd, and Ardashir the 2nd. The reason why the 2nd and the 3rd coins look a little bit more similar is that the last type of sharper the 2nd is much different from his first type, which is shown here. And so when Ardashir chose his new type, he distinguished his issue from the preceding latest one of sharper the 2nd. And here, obviously, you have the individual crowns of the 3 kings, and novel crown with a bird for Ormazd II, and adaptations of the crowns of Sharper the 1st and Ardashir the 1st, respectively, under the both homonymous successors. And if you look here at these 3 reverses, okay, you have different dates, and the first coin doesn't have a date, but just bears the name Kawad. But apart from that, probably by looking at the reverse types, you would not know that we are here in the center of the Mazdakite storm, that we have to the left and the right coins of Kawad, the pro-Mazdakite ruler who overthrew, allegedly, the entire social fabric of Sasanian Iran. And in the middle, we have the candidate of the kind of conservative establishment. So here, there is no difference, no typological difference that would make a distinguishing these political aspects of the rules of Kawad and Samash, respectively, possible. But this is not because I'm claiming that there was no political difference. This is just because typology became more and more standardized in the 5th century. We're looking here at the purely numismatic phenomenon and not at a lack of political differences, because if we turn for the obverses, we have basically the same type for both reigns of Kawad the 1st, a crown type modeled on the 2nd crown of his father Peros, and in the middle we have the issue of Samash, which is very different because it has a small bust to the right. And this small bust, in all probability, is a depiction of the god Ahura Mazda performing investiture or some type of interaction between the king and the deity. Samash's type is not completely novel because you can see to the left a drachm issue from Bahram II in the 3rd century. We have the jugate busts of Bahram and his queen, and opposite them a small bust that the reverse shows us, I think clearly, is the goddess Anahita, and who is performing the same investiture we see under Samash. So whether we have to see this depiction of Samash with Ahura Mazda as a direct reference to, say, Zoroastrian orthodoxy under Samash and his supporters, opposite to the Mazdakism of Kawad, or whether Samash, having replaced his brother, and therefore having a little bit image problems with his Huara, and so a usurper, someone whose accession to the throne was irregular, trying to emphasize his legitimacy, his divine legitimacy, and therefore going back to an older type from the 3rd century to try to emphasize this legitimacy I leave it up to you. But this is something, one of the few cases where we really can think about finding, tracing, direct linkage to this Mazdakite movement. But this is just a possibility. It's just a hypothesis. Yeah, I will leave you now with Kavad, because the rest of his coinage is fairly standard, and I shall move to Khusro I and some aspects of his reign. One interesting aspect is that we understand, if I'm not mistaken, we find in the 6th century, starting with Khusro I, some special emphasis on the early Sasanian period in a kind of royal propagandistic way, like the Karamaki, Ardashir, Babakan. However, the development and the history of these traditions works. But as far as I know, the commonest opinion is that in the late Sasanian period, the early Sasanian period, and especially the person of the founder of the dynasty, that is Ardashir I, had gained importance and was presented for propagandistic reasons in an important fashion. And in coinage, I think we can trace also a kind of traditionalist going back to the sources, to the roots of Sasanian coinage, but the single coin type of Ardashir as Shahanshah, you see upper left, has no attendance. This became canonical with Shapur I, and until the end of Sasanian type coinage in the very late 7th century, all these coins do have the two figures to the left and right of the fire altar. Meaning that if Khusro didn't want to completely revolutionize the coin typology, he had to go to another model. And this model he went to is Shapur I. Now, I know that the form of the altar is different because this is not like a real copy. Khusro's die cutters, his mint personnel, they are not trying to completely reproduce the coin type of Shapur. They rather give a interpretation of it through the eyes of 6th century. It's like, I mean, Barocco painters painting ancient battles, also with not accurate Roman or Greek arms, but with a Baroque interpretation. This is very similar. It is a later Sasanian typology. It's later Sasanian style and art, but the gesture of the attendance, which you find only on these two types, this is not, I think, just chance. This is an intentional going back to the beginning of the Sasanian dynasty, and this type of Shapur I is as close as you could get to the beginning of the dynasty as was reasonably possible, assuming that the type of Ardashir without attendance was too foreign and too strange by the 6th century. But still, this attempt to go back to the 3rd century, the Felicium Temporum Reparatio, the going back to the golden ages of the early Sasanian period, apparently can really here be documented with the coinage of Khusro I, at least in his first 5 years. Now, the usual question in such contexts is, did people really care? Apart from modern numismatists who have to earn their living and therefore have to look at the coins, did people in antiquity look at the coins? Did they show us similar interest, which is very difficult even for the Greco-Roman period? This is a problematic topic because some people say yes, some people say no, and the sources don't give us much insights. But here, to the left, we have one single coin that gives us an idea that yes, people really looked at coins and looked closely at coins. This is a drachm, used to be in the Schaaf collection, now in Princeton, a drachm by the usurper Wisdam, who struck coins in a revolt against Khusro II for some time in the 590s. And it's typical because he has a two-line inscription, Peros Wisdam, in front of the bust, and the hair arranged in a different way than the drachm of Khusro, which is here on the right. And on this coin, both the two-line inscription in front of the bust and the differently shaped ball of hair, or hair in the neck, are scratched out. So someone in the late 6th or 7th century thought, oops, this coin doesn't look right. either because it doesn't look right and so it might be a forgery, or that's this bad guy wisdom. Let's efface that which makes the wisdom coin really stand out. I mean, it's not the only features, but it's two clear features. In any case, you do this with an intention, and obviously this coin shows us that people did in fact look at coins and gives us a rare insight into, yes, what was visible on the coins was received, was understood by the people who used these coins. So I talked about the system of central die production. Here, to show you a coin of Bahram IV, 388 to 399, from Asuristan, Ctesiphon, and to the right, a coin from Marv in Khurasan. Same basic type, crowned with one mural element at the wings, fire altar with attendants, but the style, the fabric, the size of the flan, very, very different. Now we look at the coins of Khusro I, the same mints, Asuristan and Marv, and it's not only the same typology, but also the same style, the same technical properties. And this homogenization, the stylistic, typological, and also technical unification of coin production throughout the entire Sasanian Empire ultimately goes back to Heros. We have under Bahram IV sometimes the production of dies for one region, for one administrative unit. Here you have three coins from different mints in Khuzestan, Ormazd Ardashir, Eran Khwarashapur, and Viandiok-Shapur, Jundi-Shapur, and they look very similar both in terms of style and in terms of the details of typology. And in the lower right, you see a coin from Asuristan, Ctesiphon, which is completely different. This also proves, and I have published it several times already, that WH is not Ctesiphon and AS is not Isfahan, which was not spelled with an A at the beginning in the pre-Islamic period anyway, but still, that we can, by style analysis, we also can solve for good, I think, some of the questions about the mint localizations, which gives us important insights into the administrative working of Sasanian coinage and thereby also an important aspect of Sasanian monetary and also economic history. And now here under Khusro I, I show you three coins from the same die cut. That is actually not just the same style, it's the same man. I called him in German the Meister der geschwungenen Backe, the master of the pronounced chin. And this guy did dies for almost the entire empire. You find these coins in the west of Iran, you find it in Khurasan, you have here Ormazd Ardashir in Khuzestan, you have Jah in Media, you have Shiraz in Fars. And this is really, I think, clear proof that the dies were made centrally, and that even under Barkash, this system remained in place. If you look at what happened in the 9th century in the Carolingian Empire, when the royal power broke down and monetary protection scattered, and basically every local count, area or so started to produce their own coins, which had their own typology, their own style, etc., etc. And here, even at the weakest period of Sasanian history, coinage always remained, as far as style, typology, technical aspects tell us, coinage always remained under full control of the kings. So it's clearly an anti-narrative to what the written sources tell us about people like, for example, Barkash or the pre-Mazdakite Kavad in his first reign. The astral symbols, well, too good to be true. Introduced by Kavad I, you have various combinations, and for the mainstream rulers, there is basically two, star and crescent, or crescent only. And I think it's too good to be true. You have Kavad, who was pro-Mazdakite and allegedly, according to Iranian historical tradition, anti-nobility. Then you have the conservative Khusro I, who restored social order and everything with a different type of astral symbol. And then Hormazd IV, who was also charged by Tabari of having killed 10,000 or more nobles and priests, who was also anti-nobility, who had the same astral symbols like Kavad and Bahram VI, who rebelled against Khusro II, but had already rebelled before against Hormazd IV. So actually tried to sell himself as a kind of ruler rather in the reign of Khusro II than in the reign of Ormuzd IV. But this interpretation, I mean, nobody says I'm a bad guy, I kill the nobility, because this is not a way to conduct a successful reign. So maybe there is more behind it, or these things have to be seen in a more subtle way than I proposed right now. How much time do I have left?
Take a little bit more time. You can take a little bit more time.
Okay, this I leave aside because I've published it before in the Sasanica journal. I would like to close with this. Another attempt, even not directly linked to Mazdakism, but an attempt to see if coins can tell us about internal history of the Sasanian Empire under Khusro I. In Procopius, we have a very, very unclear narration about alleged usurpation revolt by a son of Khusro, Anushsat, which is linked geographically to Khuzestan. Dating is a little bit uncertain because it seems that there is two conflicting versions in Prokop himself. And written sources can be a little bit vague and problematic. And now let's look at the coins. I show you here only the mints in Khuzestan, because that obviously was the theater of this usurpation attempt, which actually failed. Khusro was able to reinstate his power shortly, but still. According to one of the variants, it's not the only possible date, but I think the most likely date, it belongs to regal year 20, so 551 AD. We see continuous coin production throughout the first part of Khusro's reign. That some years are missing. You see, we don't have like hundreds of coins per year. We have sometimes only one or two. So in all probability, in due time, we will have, for all of these years, we will have attestations for all these mints. So coinage was continuously produced there. And then, this is bad. Better. And then in year 21, this is also something interesting. In year 21, coinage in the entire Sasanian Empire was almost completely centralized in two mints only, AS, Asuristan, Ctesiphon, and Kirman, KL. Most of the other mints dropped. So there's apparently, maybe in the context of these administrative reforms started by Kavad and finalized by Khusro, maybe there was an attempt to centralize coin production in just two mints empire-wide, but this was apparently a failure. In the year 22, coin production in the various mints, I'll show you that at the end, in one short file, was reinstated. But in Khuzestan, where this Anushsat revolt had taken place, no coinage in year 21, like in many other regions, but from year 22 onwards, a new mint signature, which is otherwise not attested only here, is found for several years, very productive, Huj, and apparently this is an abbreviation for Khuzestan. And at the same time, we see that the three main Khuzestani mints, AW, AY, and WH, who had struck coins continuously since their build-up, their set-up under Bahram IV in the early 390s, stopped minting coins altogether. And now, okay, every now and then a missing date that might be, well, we haven't found a coin yet, but that we have, on the one hand, Huj suddenly emerging and no coins for the other mints for so many years, it's probably not only chance, but rather that here in Khuzestan, maybe as a direct reaction to this Anushsat rebellion, this concentration, not on an empire-wide basis, but on a local regional basis within the region of Khuzestan was continued. And as we see that AW starts minting in year 25, AY starts minting in year 27, and WH starts minting only in 28, when Huj is no longer attested, basically proves that the Huj mint was located in WH, in Jundi Shapur. So this probably shows that coinage can have a direct impact also on our understanding of historical events, but that's certainly an ideal case. Okay. Yeah, just one last thing. I said about the productivity of various coins. I don't want to go into details with this because the time has already progressed, but having talked about this attempt of centralization of coinage, this is actually something that one would equate with the Roman Empire, because the Roman system is that you have a very limited number of production places. After the division of the empire between East and West in 395, basically one precious metal mint in Italy and one in Constantinople, and a few for every large administrative unit for each diocese, you have one single mint and that's it. And not even all the dioceses have their own mints. Whereas in Sasanian Iran, here I give you the example of Kawad, you have multiple mints within the same region. Like in Khuzestan, you have 3 mints. In Fars, you have even more. And this very, very diversified mint system, which came into being probably under Shah III, because of the loss of the main mint of Kabul under this king, and which can be traced for the first time really clearly under Bahram IV, who introduced mint signatures empire-wide, probably as a reaction to the greatly large number of mints. This is something that remains in power not only until the end of Sasanian style coinage, that carries on even into the Umayyad post-reform coinage after the monetary reform of Abd al-Malik in the late 690s. It means also under the Umayyads, you can observe the Sasanian model, many, many different mints, and the Roman model, 1 mint per large administrative unit, side by side, according to which caliph is exercising his power, which is very interesting also for the understanding of the working of Umayyad administration as evidenced, as witnessed by the coins. And here a last thing, because Khusro I is normally hailed as one of the greatest, most successful kings. One can be skeptical about this. And I think that Khusro is the last historical figure who got away with it, that we nowadays in the 21st century still buy what his propaganda made up in the 6th and 7th century. Because whether he was the greatest, most successful, most consequential ruler in Iranian history, one could discuss that. But considering that the idea is that what we know about administrative history of the late Sasanian period basically goes back to a little bit Karat, but then this large reform of Khusro, here once again, I can offer you an anti-history, a different narrative from a numismatic point of view, because who is the Sasanian king of who inaugurated most of the important productive mints in the Sasanian Empire? Bahram IV, who is not regarded as a very important or very consequential ruler, but since he was the first one to introduce mint signatures on the coinage empire-wide, most of the coins of the mint signatures that we find on coins even in the 6th and 7th centuries go actually back to Bahram IV and not to Khusro. And basically also this tripartite scheme, this division of the Sasanian Empire into 4 parts, I looked at that and tried to find any evidence for this in coinage. No. It may be that for military organization, this tripartite system, starting under Karat, was in power. We have the seals of the Spachbeds published by Rika Giesel, and so this is not just Tabari, this is also very clearly attested also by contemporary official Sasanian sources. But I couldn't find any trace of this organizational layout in the coinage. Whereas the organizational and administrative changes of Diocletian and Constantine in the 4th century, you can easily see and easily trace in the coinage. In the new administration of the coinage, you see no trace of this administrative reform, apparently because the coin system, the mint system, was built up in a pre-Khusro period, and because there was no, even under Khusro I, there were no really drastic changes to the system. So you don't see the relevance and you don't feel the impact of Khusro in every aspect. Coins, once again, giving us a anti-narrative, and yeah, that's that.
Thank you, Nikolaus. And as we normally do, we're going to take questions afterwards as a panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to be taking questions afterwards as a panel for the speakers. So I'm very pleased to introduce our second speaker of the symposium, Lara Fabian. Lara is an assistant professor in the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures at UCLA. Dr. Fabian is an archaeologist and historian, and her research centers on the Eurasian crossroads, specifically the South Caucasus and the Caspian Steppe during the Iron Age and Classical period. She's a leading voice in shifting the historical narrative away from imperial peripheries towards a more nuanced understanding of how local communities interacted with global powers like Rome and Parthia. She has extensive peer-reviewed articles exploring the frontier dynamics, borderlands of the Roman and Parthian or Persian worlds. And she also is has been involved in many archaeological projects, including the Layah archaeology project in the highlands of Azerbaijan to uncover long-term settlement patterns. So without further ado, Dr. Fabian.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah. We can, should be able. Yeah, we can. We should. So I want to thank the UC Irvine crew for the invitation to come speak here and this opportunity to talk about a set of questions that has been on my mind for a long time that I haven't really organized my thoughts about until now. And I also, the last couple of weeks have been so strange and challenging. And it's been a real pleasure to think about the longue durée history of this space. So in my contribution today, I want to talk about the development of the Caspian provinces, and particularly the western part of the Caspian space, which corresponds sort of to Gilan. Part of this region today, its historical geography is very complicated. Part of the region falls into the sort of the Talish zone in southern Azerbaijan, and then going over into Iran. And in the ancient period, we're talking about probably Gilan and Daylam. And I'm particularly interested in this space because of what happens in the post-Sasanian period, right? This is this notoriously resistive space that doesn't really get incorporated in the early waves of the Islamification and the early Arab states. And up through the Abbasid period really is doing its own game. So my question is, do we see any roots of this in the Sasanian period or in the pre-Sasanian period? How do we understand the conditions that allowed the Caspian zone to stay as structurally independent as it did for as long as it did? Here, I'm going to argue that there's actually a set of economic arguments that sit behind that, that have to do with the way the territory works its natural resources, and its agricultural regimes. My interest in this region comes out of field work that I've been doing in the Talysh Mountains with my colleagues, Ceyhun Aminli from the National Academy of Sciences of Azerbaijan and Hannah Lau from Hamilton College. We've been working on a slightly earlier period, so we sort of go up to the beginning, or most of our material goes up to the beginning of the Sasanian period, but we've been working in the highlands of the Talysh in southern Azerbaijan, and we've been looking at long-term settlement pattern and mortuary evidence and settlement combinations. And in the context of this work, we have found a lot more in these mountains than one is led to expect. So what you're looking at here is a recently excavated complex of late first millennium BC, early first millennium CE collective burials, along with some very large stone-built administrative building that has really solid radiocarbon dates in the mid-Parthian period, sort of first century to late first century CE. I'm not going to be talking about this fieldwork. This is obviously too early for the goal of the talk today, but this type of material has made us think that perhaps we're missing a little bit of the role of the Southern Caspian zone in wider patterns of connectivity. And these are observations that are echoed by the fieldwork that was done in Gilan in the last 40 years, that is also 50 years, that is also documented really, really rich interconnected cultural zones. So in what follows, I'm going to start off by introducing the ecology of the Southern Caspian space. It's a really unique set of ecological and landscape conditions that are pretty central to the rest of the story. And then I'm going to turn to a little bit of a conversation of our understandings, both of the communities that are living in this space and of the administrative geography, although here we have a lot of evidentiary problems. And then finally, I'll be turning to some textual, but a lot of archaeological evidence to outline a narrative of what the ecological and agricultural productivity of the space could have looked like, and how that may fit into this long-term structural independence. And in all of this, we tend to think about these highlands, especially in the post-Sasanian period, as kind of a heartland of what has been called low Zoroastrianism, right? The sort of community Zoroastrianism that spreads and that stays very, very visible for the next couple of centuries. And I think that's certainly true. I mean, that seems to be a reasonable conclusion, but I think it undersells a little bit how well connected these highlands are and their wider role in the geopolitical game of the period. So the coastal lowlands of the Caspian Sea are by a wide margin the wettest part of Iran. Modern Gilan gets up to 1,900 millimeters of rain per year. I mean, this is outrageous, right? Most of Iran is around 300 millimeters. It is simply in a completely different climactic category as the entire rest of the Sasanian world and the wider Iranian world. And this includes other places on the Caspian coast. It's far wetter than stuff to the north. It's also wetter than the more eastern extent. The Talysh and the Alborz and also the Zagros mountain ranges prevent this moisture from moving south in Iran. It gets stuck in the Caspian zone, and we have a different precipitation schedule in the Caspian than we do in the rest of Iran. There is rainfall, a lot of rainfall in the summer, but there's more annual rainfall spread out across different months. It also varies by elevation. So the rainfalls on the north side of the mountain and the rainfalls on the south sides of the mountains exhibit these tremendous patterns of variability in terms of seasonality and volume. And so we have not just a winter wet season, we also have a summer wet season in much of this territory. And in fact, it's that summer season that's the heaviest. So late summer to midwinter is the heaviest rains. This is something that we encounter in fieldwork every year because you try to go in August and it's just all mud. Everything is wet. Rainfall, as I said, also increases with the elevation in the mountains. So the higher you get, the wetter you get, which creates some special patterns of what type of agriculture is possible with rain-fed systems. Different communities that live in a space with a variable ecology like this can develop really very, very different ways of navigating their landscape. This is a massive oversimplification because humans are not birds, but we get this idea from evolutionary biology of ecological niches, that essentially different ecologies, and if we're going to take this into economic terms, different ecologies create different opportunities for labor specialization. Because people can pick, or communities can pick from among the range of options that they have in a space like this that has both height variation and then also sort of water rainfall variation. And these communities live in really close proximity to each other. This is a very important point. So this is the idea of ecotones, and ecotones are different ecological zones that sit next to each other. And in a space like the Caspian provinces, you just get a real density of ecological zones that collide. When we think about the socioeconomic systems that humans can develop inside of a zone like this, we have to be careful to say, look, this doesn't mean that you're going to have like different finch beak shapes on different human communities, right? It's not that simple evolutionarily. It also doesn't mean that there's no competition between the groups that are exploiting different labor specializations, different agropastoral systems, for example. But it does complicate the emergence of any one single powerful actor in this space, because it's very hard to monopolize all of the resources. If you are the specialist powerful guy doing, or community that's in control of herding, you may not be in control of the rain-fed agriculture that your neighbors are conducting. So it leads to a socio-political fragmentation that we see in the historical and ethnographic record, as I'll talk about in a minute. And what we really see often developing in such spaces, not just in the Caspian, but other of these ecological zones in other parts of the world, is a more heterogeneous mosaic of different local powerful communities. So when we take this abstracted idea and we try and turn to the question of how this is impacting how we understand this mountainous space, my basic point is we tend to think about these mountainous regions as divided, as refugia, as places where, you know, the vestiges of an old Iranian religion are somehow hanging on, even in the face of Arab conquest. But what we actually should be thinking about is more of the integrated and very highly networked potential of these spaces and the role that lowland-highland interfaces play in this. Okay, so that was pretty abstract and somewhat theoretical, but now we're going to turn to the evidence for the actual communities in this space, starting with the pre-Sasanian period and moving into the Sasanian period. But before we get to that, I want to just point out that we also have some really good ethnography from this space, from the 20th century. And the evidence of the ethnographic records suggests that even with completely full access to living communities, even when you can go around and you can interview anybody you want to interview in the space, the lines that one might expect to see, the divisions in the communities that one might expect to see based on the ecological narratives are much more complicated. So, for example, we do see that there is a very high degree of labor specialization in the Caspian provinces, but it's massively oversimplified to imagine that these groups are not interacting in really dense ways. So this model where you say, okay, we have agriculturalists who are working in the lowlands in Gilan, and you have pastoralists or nomadic tribes who are up in the highlands in Daylam. And that is a very commonly repeated assertion about how the space is working in historical periods. That is an oversimplification. We see this, for example, let me see if I'm on the right side. Yeah. So we see this, for example, in this work by Bazin on the Talish communities. And some of the points that he makes out is, okay, there is this in the Talish, which are supposedly the middle ground community. They're not the total lowland agriculturalists. They're doing an agro-pastoral regime that involves a lot of transhumance, but they're also growing rice. They actually have their own tools for growing rice. They have a whole economy surrounding growing rice. Similarly, the labor arrangements between the Talishis and their neighbors, like the Gilaki, who are the rice growers, are more complicated than one might assume. So you have communities that are engaged in stock breeding, who then contract with specialist herders, and those herders may themselves also be stock breeders, or they may not be, right? So the idea is that the labor specializations and the ethnic groups don't map onto each other clearly. We also have things like Galeshi, which is an occupational term, not an ethnographic, not an ethnic term in this space in the 20th century. So there are many different communities operating in this space. They're operating in overlapping and often contingent ways. I put this out as the ethnographic contemporary backdrop. We have to be careful how many parallels we draw out of this material into the ancient material. But when we look at the ancient sources, where we are talking about historical material that gives us far less information about social complexity in this space, I think we need to keep this idea of sort of intertwined communities in mind. So what does the historical information give us? In very broad strokes, we get two sets of communities that are placed in the Caspian zone over a long historical span. And I'll talk about some of the nuances of how that works, but basically we have the Gilani and we have Gilan and Delam, or Delan, the Gilani and the Delami. Our knowledge of the historical geography and of the administrative geography of this region is really quite limited, even with the recent work on administrative geographies based on the seal evidence. There are these two ethno-regional terms, though, and I'm going to try and pull out what some of the evidence for them is and what some of the complexities surrounding them is. So the first is Gilan, which is a territory that's generally said to be inhabited by Galai or Gilites. The second is Delam, which is home to the Delamites, more or less. In general, as I noted a minute ago, the Gilan is more or less positioned as the lowland rain-fed territories, and Delamites are up in the highlands. So here you're looking at one very general view of this from Minorski's publication, which is really focused more on the Islamic period, and then the recent administrative geography by Gilan. The classical sources are the first place where we start to see these names come up. They offer some pretty concrete problems with trying to tease out much meaning from the ethnonyms. We get the Galai, the Gilani, in a range of Greco-Latin sources. We also get this really helpful tip from Pliny, who says the Galai, who the Greeks call the Caducii. The Caducii are a people who we hear about from relatively early in our history of accounts of this broader Caspian region. And the Achaemenid, I mean, we get episodes of them showing up in Achaemenid history already, although in Xenophon and sources like this. We hear about the Caducii as just a completely warlike tribe. They're willing to fight basically everybody. They're willing to fight for everybody. They change sides all the time. And then this name disappears. And the name that shows up more in the imperial sources is Galai, Gilani. Delam, Delamites, you can make an argument, and I think it's not a terrible argument, that they show up possibly a couple of times, but you've got to amend the text in every single case, right? Like no one of these references actually says Delamites. They say, in fact, Elamites, Elamoi, something like that. But they position them in, so for example, in Polybius, you get a string of terms that are definitely related to northern Iran, and then you get the Elamoi. So fine, that's a reasonable emendation. But the point is the Delamites are not really around in the Greco-Latin source tradition in a clear way. Then we turn to the Sasanian sources. And here again, we find ourselves relatively quickly confronted with some problems. So we have from the early period a Gilan Shah who shows up. Shapur. Okay, but where is this Gilan? This is a debate in the literature. You can take an eastern angle, which puts this Gilan Shah somewhere over by Merv, based on some numismatic evidence. You can also argue for a Gilan in the Caspian region. There is another term that shows up associated with this mountains, with the mountainous region, right, which is Paraskharkov. And that shows up, as we'll see, relatively consistently throughout. Defining what exactly it means and what exactly is included in it is a good question. It's also hard to know to what degree it's an administrative region versus a province. There seems to be good evidence to suggest that this space, and this is from the Nametanasar, that there's a high degree of local independence in this space in the early Sasanian period and possibly throughout the Sasanian period, throughout the first century or two of the Sasanian period, that there are independent princes ruling here. If we look at later Sasanian evidence, we run into another question, which is, where is Tabaristan? Is Tabaristan to be located in the eastern part of the Caspian, as it often is, or is Tabaristan actually more the western part of the Caspian? Depending on where you fall on this story, you have either more or less evidence about what's happening in the territory of Gilan and Delaman. I'm happy to talk about these source issues a little bit more in the discussion, but I want to move on to talk about the archaeological evidence. Well, I have the time to do that. So this is a very simplified picture, but as it turns out, there are in fact two interesting sets of archaeological data that speak to both a lowland and a highland economy that seem to develop over the Sasanian period. The lowland economy is, much as it is today, actually focused around rice, it seems. The question about when rice began to be grown in the Sasanian Empire has, until relatively recently, been one that we have not been able to address archaeologically. However, we now can say that there was, in fact, rice in the Caspian coast from a relatively early date. Rice is an important crop in this capacity, in this context, because the rice that's grown in the Caspian is more or less rain-fed. It doesn't require massive irrigation infrastructure. They're building little check dams, they're building things to steer the water, but they're not having to build like qanats up here. And that's going to affect how this rice fits into agropastoral and broader socioeconomic systems. So, as I said, until very recently, so this was a major study about rice dispersal that was published in 2021, and you see all of the purple are the zones that ancient rice is known from, or pre-modern rice. And you see on this map that that Caspian zone does not have any dates associated with it. Up until 2023, we actually had no securely dated rice from this Caspian zone. We do now. It's from a little bit further to the east, but it's very early. This rice, and these are directly dated grains of rice, so they actually like radiocarboned the rice, and they're from sometime in the 1st century BC, certainly, assuredly. They're being grown alongside a whole bunch of other normal crops, broomcorn millet, foxtail millet, various other types of wheat and barley. But the fact that rice shows up so early here is pretty important, and it suggests that by the Sasanian period, we should probably expect this to be a very important crop in the region. As I mentioned, rice in this space is grown with very small scale irrigation infrastructure. So they're controlling the water, but they're not having to bring the water to the rice paddies. This is in contrast to rice that's grown elsewhere in the Sasanian world, where it requires more massive irrigation infrastructure. And rice is also a special crop because, unlike wheat and barley, where any agriculturalist can do the work of any other agriculturalist, rice cultivation requires tremendous amounts of local knowledge of the paddy systems. And this is something that we have very good comparative evidence for from basically every rice growing culture. It makes it really hard to extract profit from rice if you're not doing it through the control of the irrigation technology. Because the local farmers growing the rice are not replaceable. They're very, very tied to their field systems and to their agricultural spaces in ways that other types of intensification tend to depersonalize labor. So if we're thinking about peasant complaints and peasant revolts in the Sasanian period, there is reason to believe that the Caspian zone may have had a different set of questions and issues. The other thing we know from this space is that the highland economy is essentially centered around the export of warriors. We get this from the Byzantine sources. Very clearly, the Delamites show up in battles in Sasanian battles all over the world. And very importantly, they show up almost always explicitly noted as independent allies. They're not subsumed under the Sasanians. They're involved in some negotiated labor system with them. If we want, we can also look at this text that suggests that in the later period, the memory of Delam is the space that that Khosrow couldn't conquer, right? Even he goes, he makes all of his conquering regimes, and he gets to Delam, and he just can't actually conquer these warriors, and he turns away and says, like, it's a couple thousand of them. They're going to keep doing their own thing up in the mountains. Meaningfully, we have very solid archaeological evidence that speaks to a long-term tradition of both some military aristocratic presence in this space, and also, interestingly, a long-term tradition that is para-Zoroastrian. So we get these ground inhumations that go through, certainly through the early Sasanian period, where they're burying people in a type of tomb called the podboy, which is a type of tomb that we tend to associate more with the steppe. It's this shape that I'm showing on the slide. And they show up with a really wide range of weaponry. This is Partho-Sasanian, but they show up with a really wide range of weaponry and accoutrement that we associate actually more with the steppe than we do with Iran itself, or even the Caucasus. So things like Sarmatian mirrors, for example, or like animal-style belt buckles. So already going back probably to this time of sort of the Caducei or something like that, we have a military aristocracy in the highlands that is connected to not just an Iranian military tradition, but one that stretches from Central Asia into the North Caucasus. In the Sasanian period, in the late Sasanian period, and this is evidence that has been connected to the region of Gilan, although none of it's from secure archaeological context, but we get a real profusion of very, very elaborate weaponry that is generally considered to have been made in like Sasanian centers and then given or used as payment or something for warriors who are then buried up in the highlands. Until we have more archaeological material, one can't pull this too much further. But for the time being, it is really fair to say that there's a long-term tradition of very specific types of elite burials in the highlands. Beyond this, we know that this is a space that offers a whole bunch of other economic resources. We have metals, we have maritime resources. We have, for example, the exploitation of the Caspian beluga as early as the 1st century CE. Silk is an open question. How early you can push silk growing in Gilan. By the early Islamic period, it's clearly very present, but whether it's present in the Sasanian period, there's no archaeological evidence for it, but it is logical. So this space, the space of the Caspian provinces, in the post-Mazdak reorganization of the empire, it looks like it's kind of left out, right? We have the Derbent wall. This is a much later phase of the construction, but the earlier phases date to this time of troubles in the Sasanian world, and the Gorgan wall on the other side of the Caspian. And it seems like the Caspian provinces are kind of being left to their own. We don't have massive infrastructure. We don't have the construction of anything comparable to this. Which, makes sense. It's not a border in exactly the same way. But what we do see is an increasing engagement and investment in these highland warriors. So they start to show up much more in the 6th century sources. And I think that what we're seeing in general in this space is that it is actually not fully integrated into the Sasanian world, regardless of the administrative evidence, regardless of the presence of mints in this space. We have to have a better model for what we think Sasanian integration means in these peripheral spaces. But what we're seeing in the end of the Sasanian world is essentially something that leads us to this particular map, which is not the best position, but where this Caspian zone stays independent. So how is it able to stay independent post-Sasanian? Well, I think part of how it's able to stay independent post-Sasanian is that, in fact, it was functionally independent in the Sasanian period. And this is possible because of both the nature of agricultural regimes, which made it harder for petty lords to assemble power in this space, and because of the presence of this interlocking lowland agricultural rice, rain-fed agriculture, and highland warrior aristocracy that structures the space fundamentally differently from how we see in many other corners of the Iranian space. And that is my thank you slide, but it is not there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. right, let's open up for questions to speakers. And I know that you're looking at the schedule, but we won't be having one of our speakers from Isfahan joining us, so we're going to be able to push our schedule back a bit. Touraj.
Yes, Nicholas, thank you very much for the paper. Since you were showing these centralized die cutters who are really making dies that spread throughout the entire empire, I wanted to get your sense, because there have been some recent voices that the Sasanian Empire was not centralized. Of course, in its model of antiquity, we're not talking about modern states. With this evidence of showing such centralization in the, at least, minting practice, what's your opinion on that?
1 second. I mean, on the one hand, style analysis is always subjective, but still, I mean, I don't, apart from actual die links, which you can get in this type of decentralized minting system, because the actual coining process was done in mints throughout the entire empire, I don't think that it can get much clearer than finding out that these 3 coins all come from the same die cutter. And whether you call this centralization or decentralization, I mean, I looked at the distribution by regal years. It's impossible that the guide traveled around.
Mhm.
We have coins struck from dies made by the same man in the same year in mints from Azerbaijan to Marv. It only works if the dies are sent from one place. And it only works when one individual, one master craftsman produced these dies. So, I mean, as I said, there's different narratives, but this is, I mean, I can't think of any serious way to define that other than really very, very centralized system.
Thank you.
Full stop.
I have a number of questions, but I will try to limit myself. One is about the centralization. Would it apply to the entire empire?
Yep.
And especially would it apply to Sistan as well?
Yep.
And
For this period, I mean, there is no Sistani coinage under Peros. Coinage in Sistan starts a little bit under Kavad and then works more regularly under Khusro I. But the coins from the various mints in Sistan, Bust, Saranj, and then SK have the same style. It's only the very late Sasanian period that the style of Sistan breaks away with Buran and Yasgat III. But in this period, the only area where we have slightly different coinage is in Sind, but that's not really imperial territory. But throughout, if we define the Sasanian Empire, it's a very numismatic definition. But if we define as area completely under Sasanian control, as area where Sasanian mints are located, then it's all the same style. No local differences anywhere within this, say, core Iranian area.
this leads me to the second question, which is about the coinage of Marv.
Yeah.
Because I mean, do we really have attestations of late Sasanians as far off as Marv and Sobiana?
I mean, how do you define late Sasanian? Khusro II, certainly.
Yeah.
Even farther to the east. I mean, Samarkand, we have under Hormuz IV. We have the first coins from Samarkand, we actually have under Khusro I. I mean, it's only SML, so it's not as clear-cut as Marv, but it's still a reasonable guess that SML might be Samarkand. And we have that from Khusro I to Khusro II in small numbers, but and this is the same style. You wouldn't note the difference between Ctesiphon, Wicht, and SML, year 45 of Khusro I.
Okay,
So full integration, even if Eastern Kurdistan, at least in terms of monetary production, at least in not monetary, in numismatic terms.
Asking because we had the same discussion with
With
Gradoni, who took a different position. So I share yours, since I'm a Sasanian imperialist.
Okay, actually going to ask a question myself. Laura, how do we theorize the step entanglement and the summation material correspondence? That is in the late Parthian, early Sasanian? No, that's.
No, it is. It is. It goes through.
The sort of point of that is there any, 6th, 7th, later?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So with the later evidence, we run into a problem because you have to make two interpretive jumps. You have to say that the things that say that they're from like Amlash or whatever actually are. But if you accept that, then yes, we have some things that are usually called Sasanian, like imperial style swords, but they actually have very Hunnic, that red glass, garnet, like fake garnet inlay stuff. And there are a couple examples of that. So in the weaponry in the later period, it's difficult because none of it's provenienced. So it's hard, it's very hard. The latest material that's provenienced from the Caspian zone comes from Hassan and Mahale from the Japanese excavation, which is like early Sasanian, if that. And there we certainly do still have pretty clear step interactions. In Azerbaijan, on that part of the Caspian coast, we certainly do have Sasanian material that speaks to North Caucasus connections, even after Derbent Wall, even like well into sort of the hardening of that border. This is, I mean, the fundamental argument about how this geographic space is working is that and I know that not everybody wants to fully take this on board, but like it is actually a highway between Central Asia and the Black Sea. Like this is actually it's a very easy way to move through the space. And we see persistently from the middle of the first millennium BC, if not earlier. I mean, you can really see like BMAC into Caspian coast connections going back to BMAC culture. And then on the Azerbaijanis to the Caspian coast connection, you can also see Bronze Age and even pre-Bronze Age. So this is sort of one cultural continuum fluctuation zone. And I think that in fact, part of the reason why the ethnonyms are so hard to pin down is that they probably are ethnonyms that are being used in like a hand-wavy way, especially Gilani, it's being used in a hand-wavy way for some of those moving people who are related to the steppe. And that's explicit in the Roman sources, right? Like that the Galai come from the North Caucasus and then they came down with the Scythian warriors and all of this. So the steppe didn't end on the other side of the Caspian Sea. Steppe cultures and steppe thought continue through this highland zone. And we see that materially very, very clearly.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions on Zoom. It's been around this year. So okay, this is from Scott McDonough. This is addressed to Dr. Schindel. Thank you for a fascinating talk. Can you speculate a bit more on the meaning of the introduction of crescent moons and stars on coins of Kavad during his second reign?
No.
So celebration of reconquest from the Heptalites? No. Also, would you tie the addition of regular years to the reverses of the coinage to the introduction of centralized dye production? Finally, the Hazar Dagestan alludes to the royal introduction of standardized administrative seals under Kavad and Khosrow first. Do you see any connections between this and the development or reforms in coinage?
Well, I mean, the first question, no. This is crescent and stand, the meaning something for studies for students of Sasanian religious study. As a numismatist, I only can describe them, but I don't have the background. So I really can't say anything about that. Sorry. The regal years, I mean, they are first employed for a short period under Peros, but then they are dropped for the majority of his reign. I don't think that there is a direct connection. I don't think that it links to each other. Regal years are simply something that you introduce with this type of more unified coinage, and it takes some time. You have also in the Byzantine Empire, it takes some time until you have regal years, and I think regal years is more for control purposes, for internal control of the monetary production, because while I said that people looked at coins, I think that they mostly looked at the coins from a typological point of view, most people actually being analphabets. And in Rome, for example, it seems very obvious that the administrative data like mint signature, which also the Romans have an abbreviated form, and regalia, so these indications were not meant to be understood by the majority. Because, I mean, really, who should know that AM is Amul? And so on and so on. I mean, and the dates until Hormuzd IV and the Khusro I. I mean, I had to go through thousands of these dates on these coins. It's awful. And it's really, if you have enlarged digital photos, it's difficult to make sense in a culture where you don't have electric light. The conditions to read these dates, misstruck as they are often the coins, I don't think it was really like in any bureaucracy. It was an internal thing, and the central die production was also an internal thing, but also with the intention to make the coinage more acceptable. And this is also an important thing. And this is very typical Sasanian, that from the 5th century onwards, coin hoards, which used to be very original. I mean, if you look at Tepe Maranjan from Kabul, you have only coins from one single mint, from the local Eastern Sasanian mint in Kabul area, wherever. And starting from the 5th century, you can't tell, if you find a Sasanian coin hoard, be it in the trade, be it in excavation, you normally cannot tell from the mint distribution where it does come from. If you find a Roman hoard from Great Britain, and a Roman hoard, say, of the 3rd or 4th centuries, when you have other mints in Rome, you can tell a hoard from Britain apart from a hoard from Israel. With the Sasanians, it's normally not possible. There was a hoard found in Cilicia, Ctesiphon, and the local mint of Ctesiphon, Veas Amit Khusro, which I think we can pinpoint now with 99% probability, comes, I think, number 10 in the order of mints, and that was found in the Italian excavations. Would never happen if you find a coin hoard from Antioch or Rome, that Cistia is more common in Rome than Rome. Well, simply that the way money is used in the Sasanian Empire and coins circulate in the Sasanian Empire is completely different from the Greco-Roman world. It's also interesting.
So there's
and the third question, actually, I forgot.
Yeah. The Hazar Dadistan alludes to the royal introduction of standardized administrative seals under Kavad and Hosra. Do you think there's any connection with what you see in the coinage?
No, I don't. Because the mint system, as we see it, was developed by Wachram IV. And you see, there's a few additions. Basically, every new king adds new mints. But as it stands, even in the Arab-Sasanian period, in the second half of the 7th century, the system, by and large, is the system as inaugurated by Wachram IV in the very late 4th century. And you have only a few minor additions, the renaming of Asuristan as Veazamit Khusro. You have only a few reconfigurations under Khusro, but no general lasting change of the overall layout. So Khusro, in terms of numismatic production, Wachram IV is much more important than Khusro first.
Do you have another question? Yeah, Ani.
A question for Dr. Fabian. I was very impressed with all your work, the work you have done and your talk. I want to know if it was just an ethnographic question and your expertise with Iron Age. Was it affordable for people to be buried with their weapons, or to take up the weapons and continue? How luxurious?
Pretty luxurious. I mean, this gets at this other question, which is are we talking about really marginal, right? Are these people who are fundamentally quite poor, and they're sort of putting everything they've got into their tombs, or have we misunderstood where the power and wealth is coming from? And is this depositing a gold sword is obviously it's a huge thing to deposit, and the fact that those are, like I said, the gold Sasanian stuff. So I'm going to jump to this. This is unprovenienced, but it almost certainly comes from tombs, because we have just a ton of it, and there's a huge history of looting of tombs in this area. I mean, we get tons of these Iron Age Talashi swords, which also all come out of these tombs. A lot of the burials have pretty recognizable ground signals, so they're very easy to loot. I think that they are, in fact, just depositing an awful lot of their wealth. in these collective burials. In the Sasanian period, this shows up also with glassware. We get this quite elaborate glassware that gets deposited. In the Iron Age, it's things like some very early faience that's coming from the North Caucasus. It's beads, a really wide range of beads. We have like golden glass beads quite frequently in the late Iron Age. And those, the production centers for those are very, very dispersed. We also have like North Black Sea beads that are being used. So they put a lot into these tombs. And I think it's a sign on the one hand that they have that wealth to dispose of, but it's also gotta be about how local belief systems understand this phase. And the fact that that doesn't change in the Sasanian period, or doesn't seem to change in the Sasanian period, is also interesting when we think about variants of religious practice across the Iranian world.
I have the Nikolaus question.
It's a question that I should answer myself, but I can't. So maybe you have an idea.
Yeah.
In the Sasanian period, you have the Mint signature AM, which in all probability is Amul in Tabaristan.
Yep.
And it's of only very, very minor importance throughout the period from Teros until the late Sasanian period. Then we have these hemidrachms from the Isbach and from the Abbasid governors. And there must be millions of them.
Yes. And
I never understood why they are so common, why it's suddenly a region which is really of inconsequential in the greater scheme of things of Sasanian monetary production. They're much more common than all the Arab Sasanian coins from the entire Sasanian, former Sasanian Empire. I have no idea why this stuff is so different hoarding patterns, different.
So, okay, I can't prove this at all, but those coins sit in a long tradition of people in the Caucasus doing strange things with taking the ideas of coinage from other people and like morphing it a little bit. So in Azerbaijan, we get a 1st century BC to like 1st, maybe 2nd century CE practice of imitation, very, very late imitation drachms that show up they're also hoarded very differently from the rest of the coins. In Georgia, this is even more clear. So I think that it might have to do with, and I should also say the connection between the Caspian coast and like the Armenian heartland and the Black Sea coast that's a very, very, it's a close historical connection. So I think they might just have a different idea of what you're supposed to do with coins, actually.
So of course we're as tradition severely over time, but I would have a sort of final speed round for both from online. We can talk with yourselves later, but Lois, since you're up there, I'll do yours first. From Scott again. What do you think may have meant to hold the title Padishwargar Shah? What's the first brother?
Yeah. So okay. So I didn't want to get it. This question, it partly has to do with where we are actually putting these spaces geographically, and it also has to do with Tabaristan, because there has been a desire to move Tabaristan further to the west. This is in Gilan's more recent work, and that bears on this question because that is actually something that we're getting out of the histories of Tabaristan, right? So if we imagine that the early Islamic idea of Tabaristan is broader, then we have some type of a local semi-independent power base that's potentially spreading across all of the South Caspian Sea. I think the fact that we get, and this is also if you want to put Gilan Shah in the west, Gilan Shah is also the only it's one of 3 of the places that are listed in the Kavaz of Zartosh that are listed as somebody has a king of, but it's not a region of. So I think there's a persistent underlying independence in the space. But it hinges on how one understands where these terms are applying to. And I'm undecided about this.
And then Nikolaus, Robert Schaff wants to know, Schaff? Oh, yeah. He wants to know what's the target date for publication for SNS 5?
No, I mean, it would be already finished if I worked only like with SNS 4. I mean, just reading the mint signatures and the dates, I mean, this is a few afternoons. and then you're through with these few hundred or a few thousand coins of almost 4. But I want to do what I did with this Meister der geschwungenen Backe in an article before I published SNS 4. I wanted to do this with almost 4 for all the material, to try to analyze all the coins we have in the database for SNS4, especially from Paris, Berlin, and Vienna. I want to divide them all by different die cutters, by different styles or hands, and so do this type of analysis on an empire-wide basis for the entire reign. And it just takes some time. It's not impossible because they're very clearly, they were easy to distinguish, these different hands. If it's different men or different stages in their careers, we can discuss, but I mean, it's different style groups in any case. But it takes some time. So I would think, realistically speaking, if it comes out in 2028, I would be happy.
Yeah, great. Well, join me in thanking our speakers. Is that right? Let's take a quick functional coffee break, caffeinate and use the restrooms, and then we'll come back, try to do 5 minutes.
Es gibt aber Jahrhunderte später dann das ähnliches Phänomen in den Armenien.
Let me introduce
Die haben Münzen die ganze Zeit visiert und auf einmal in vielen Hunderttausende.
Genau. Nee, es ist selbst.
Okay, we are back. If you can please take your seat. You can hear me.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
We're going to begin.
So my name is Layah Ziaii-Bigdeli. I'm the associate editor for Encyclopedia Iranica. It's a pleasure to be here and to chair this panel. It's a great pleasure to introduce a colleague of mine, Arvin Maghsoudlou, who is the Garamian Imrani Family Curatorial Fellow in Ancient Iranian Art at the Los Angeles County Museum, LACMA. He holds a PhD in art history from South Methodist University. He specializes in the art of late antique Iran with a particular interest in materiality, sensory studies, and technical art history. He's also, or has previously been the Andrew W. Mellon Fellow at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where he advanced his research on late antique Iranian silver vessels. He has taught multiple courses on the art of Iran and ancient Western Asia and the Islamic world, and his recent and forthcoming publications address a range of topics, including silver vessels, rock reliefs, sensory experience in the late antique Iran. We are pleased to have him today. Please join me in welcoming Arvin.
Thank you, Layah, for your kind introduction.
Let you start sharing.
Okay, thank you for the invitation and thank you for having me here and thank you for being here. So the title of my work today is Grand is Our Banquet, the Expanded Material Culture of Drinking in Post-Mazdakite Iran. And I'll go ahead and start it. The surviving corpus of Sasanian silver vessels can be broadly categorized into 2 groups. The first group, due to the exceptional quality of its material and workmanship, as well as the uniformity of its shape and visual images, is known as royal or central, and is believed to have been directly commissioned by the Sasanian court. The best known examples of this group are the hunting plates. Prudence Harper has traced the development of these objects to the 4th century when the Sasanian court under Shapur II began to exert exclusive control over the production of silver vessels. It appears that these vessels were initially commissioned to be presented as gifts to high officials and foreign ambassadors. In this way, they likely function similarly to the largissimo dishes commissioned by Byzantine emperors. While the production of royal plates continued, we can identify an important shift in the late 5th or early 6th century when a more diverse body of silver vessels emerges. These objects are different in several respects. They're generally lighter, smaller, and produced with less sophisticated techniques. Due to these distinctions, the scholars have described these objects as non-royal or local. Only a small number of Sasanian vessels have been recovered through controlled excavations, and all of those belong to this latter group. The emergence of these objects has been linked to a weakening of the perceived monopoly of the royal court over the mining, production, and circulation of silver. Researchers have identified a significant increase in silver mining activities in eastern Iran between the late 5th and early 7th centuries. Importantly, early Islamic sources, which attest to the continuation of these activities, indicate that these mines were operated privately. This suggests that in the later Sasanian period, access to silver was no longer limited to the court. So we may ask, what changed? What broader socioeconomic event might account for this expansion in production? These developments, in fact, coincide with major transformation in the 6th century connected to the Mazdakite movement and the subsequent reforms by Akhavan I and Khosrow I. Without going into historical details, it is generally accepted that these changes resulted in a significant restructuring of Sasanian society and a leveling of the upper classes. In the aftermath of the Mazdakite upheavals, the power of the old nobility, a small number of great families who controlled extensive lands and resources, declined, while smaller elites rose in prominence. Chief among these new elites were the Dehqans, or the local landed gentry, and to a lesser degree, the Dabirans, or the urban administrative class. In effect, what followed the Mazdakite revolt helped break the top of the social hierarchy while expanding the middle or the upper middle portion. This shift is also reflected in the material culture, especially the material culture of drinking, which is the focus of my paper today. Here we begin to see a stronger sense of localism and individualism in Sasanian art and the emergence of new and more diverse groups of patrons. I want to especially draw your attention to the iconography of these later objects. For 3 centuries, Sasanian art was dominated by limited and somewhat standardized repertoire of visual images, including scenes of royal hunt, military victory, and investiture. While stylistic nuances evolved over time, there was little room for thematic creativity. These works often function as instruments of royal ideology and imperial propaganda. In the post-Mazdakite period, however, we see a sudden explosion of new themes and images. The category of small drinking cups is particularly interesting in this context. These include the small hemispherical cups known as both in Middle and New Persian as jam, and the closely related elliptical type or wine boats. In Middle Persian, they are known as makuk, and in New Persian, they can be corresponded with kashti. In a forthcoming article in Ars Orientalis, I argue that these vessels function as personal drinking cups, and as such, they preserve physical and visual traces of their original owners, offering a rare window into the sensory lives of late antique Iranians. The visual motifs of these cups, while often associated with wine and revelry, display a wide range of subjects, including animals, vegetal designs, and diverse array of figural imagery. The precise meaning of many of these images, especially the repeated appearance of animals, remains uncertain. They, however, point to a much broader repertoire of visual motifs compared to the earlier periods. Even when traditional royal themes reappear, they reflect a different ethos. For example, if the motif of the hunt once held a close connection to imperial propaganda in the earlier period, it could now also more modestly celebrate one of the favorite pastimes of Iranians. This shift in the significance of the hunt can be seen in a late Sasanian drinking cup, where a nude man sparing a trapped animal behind a net replaces the idealized, heroic, and elaborately dressed Shahanshah of the hunting place. Decades ago, in his influential book, the world of late antiquity, Peter Brown touched upon this new attitude among the elites of post-Mazdakite Iran. He wrote, quote, the Deacon stood for a new way of life. He was a substantial landowner, soldier, and a courtier. While their predecessors in the 4th and 5th centuries had been shown in massive rock carvings, locked in epic combat with enemies or wild beasts, these courtiers played games, chess, polo, and in hunting, the delicate skill of falconry replaced the big game hunt of earlier centuries. Here, Brown captures the broader shift in the overall character of elite culture in late Sasanian Iran. And we can clearly trace this shift in the themes appearing on later vessels. The new motifs also seem to allow for a more direct expression of the owner's identity. An example can be seen in a wine cup currently in Rome, bearing a cross at its center, indicating that its owner belonged to the flourishing Christian communities of Iraq or southwestern Iran in the late Sasanian period. Although the object employs familiar elements of Sasanian imagery, including ribbons and birds carrying jewels, motifs normally communicating the king's royal glory. Here they are repurposed to foreground an Eastern Christian cross. Indeed, there are other less explicit examples. We have several wine cups, for instance, that feature a single fish at the center, possibly alluding to the Christian identity of their owners through the ictus or ictus symbol. Regardless of whether this interpretation is correct, these vessels clearly indicate an expansion of artistic production beyond the court, reaching a wider group of wealthy patrons, including among religious minorities. A further point to emphasize is the increasing visibility of local traditions in the art of this period, particularly in terms of stylistic decisions. We are no longer dealing only with the standardized output of the royal workshops in the traditional centers of the empire. Objects from this period likely come from across the wider Iranian world and display stylistic features not encountered earlier. Yet despite these differences, they remain connected through a shared visual koine. The figure of a woman holding a flower at the center of this wine boat at LACMA offers a good example. Stylistically distinct, it nonetheless reflects a familiar theme attested repeatedly in the official art of the earlier period. Now let's turn to the question of function. Individual differences aside, these objects are primarily made up of vessels suited for serving and drinking wine. They're not ceremonial dishes intended solely for display or diplomatic gifting. Rather, they are practical vessels. Wine cups demonstrate this point very well. The shape and size of these objects make them particularly suitable for holding in one hand, while the rims are designed to facilitate the smooth flow of liquid from the cup to the drinker's mouth. Furthermore, physical signs of frequent handling and usage are discernible on the objects themselves. An example can be found in a small silver cup at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, decorated with scenes of winemaking. Although the initial impression of the exterior design might suggest a somewhat rudimentary execution, a closer examination reveals the gradual fading of details and gilding towards the lower half of the vessel, culminating at the base, which would have carried the full weight of the cup. The functional significance becomes clearer in the context of the basm, also known as majlis or meizat, widespread culture of drinking accompanied by music and poetry. While the basm is best documented in early Islamic sources, its roots are firmly pre-Islamic. Wall paintings in Sogdiana illustrate the use of Sasanian or Sasanian-style vessels in the context of elite banqueting. The motifs and the objects themselves often support this function as well. Among those frequently depicted are figures of drinkers, winemakers, musicians, wrestlers, and dancers, all appearing to celebrate a culture of pastime and pleasure. The range of imagery, as you can see, is quite broad. Some vessels even carry erotic scenes, something that would have been quite unexpected on an object commissioned by the royal court. The theme of the basm is perhaps best represented on a dish now housed in the State Hermitage Museum. At the center of the composition, a princely figure reclines among musicians and attendants, drinking wine from a personal wine cup. Although the dish most likely dates to the early Islamic period, it preserves a faithful representation of the formal etiquettes of the basm, known from the Sasanian times. For example, the figure reclines against cushions, as was customary in courtly banquets, while also attendants wear mouth covers. Scenes like this appear repeatedly in various contexts in the art of the late Sasanian and early Islamic periods, suggesting a widely shared visual culture of revelry. What is noteworthy is not simply the existence of an Iranian wine culture, which is already well attested in earlier periods, but the scale and intensity with which its visual and material expressions expand in the later Sasanian period. As I mentioned earlier, this development can be partly attributed to the rise of the new landed and administrative elites in post-Mazdakite Iran. With both the means and the materials at their disposal, these groups could now emulate forms of luxury consumption that had been previously tied more exclusively to the royal court. However, such practices were not limited to elites. They also extended to people of lesser means. Evidence from the late Sasanian period also reveals a noticeable surge in the production of drinking vessels crafted from less expensive materials that mimicked the appearance of premium silverware. Important among them was an alloy of bronze with high tin content, also known as white bronze, which resembled the luster and brightness of silver, of course, in its original state before it was covered with this very characteristic dark patina. Objects made in this alloy closely followed the shape and size of their more costly counterparts in silver, indicating a direct influence. And of course, another material that becomes increasingly popular during this period is for making wine cups is glass. Premium glass could be expensive, but it was still cheaper than silver. These escumors also included much cheaper clay versions of premium vessels. The ceramic object in the Abbege Stiftung presents an interesting case, as it not only follows the form of silver ewers, but also their decoration, especially how they applied a yellow coloring to imitate the effect of gilding. The increasing number of such objects reflects the rising demand for cost-effective substitute for precious tableware. Likewise, in literature, while many extravagant portrayals of drinking gatherings are set in palaces, the wine poetry of the early Islamic period also celebrates the unique charm of private wine houses and humble taverns on the outskirts of cities. What I suggest here as a working hypothesis is that in post-Mazdakite Iran, we witnessed not only a marked expansion in the material culture of drinking, but also a more pronounced, or at least more visible, expression of a libertine or Bacchic ethos. We can get a good sense of this change in the surviving wine cups, in their small, handheld, and modest form, in their diverse, often playful decoration, in the names and symbols inscribed on them, which bind these vessels closely to individual owners. Of course, the scholars disagree over whether Mazdakism should be understood as an ascetic or libertine movement. The debate I have to leave to historians of Mazdak. What is clear, however, is the prominence of wine among the Mazdakites and their contemporaries. Ibn al-Nadim, for example, writes that Mazdak commanded the pursuit of pleasures and indulgence in desires, including eating and drinking. The idea of joyful revelry will also appear in later accounts of the Khorramis, a movement widely portrayed in medieval Islamic sources as the continuation of the Mazdakite tradition in the Islamic period. Al-Maqdisi, for instance, describes them as a group that do not seek blessing from anything as much as they do from wine and beverages. According to Al-Shahristani, one of the four spiritual forces governing the world of the Mazdakites was joy, or surur, embodied in the human realm by the Rameshgar, the court minstrel, or as Ehsan Yashater termed it, the entertainment master. Interestingly, many late Sasanian and early Islamic whistles depict musicians, dancers, and wine bringers, figures that can all be placed within the broader category of Rameshgar or Hunyagar. I should emphasize that the growing visual and textual references to convivial pleasure in the later periods are not confined to Mazdakites or to any single religious community. Rather, they seem to reflect a widely shared culture of elite banqueting, one that is just as visible at the heart of the Sasanian court. Middle Persian texts from the late Sasanian period present refined drinking as an important aspect of princely conduct. Famously, the Middle Persian text, Khosrow Dridak, offers a picture of the luxurious lifestyle expected at the late Sasanian court, with emphasis on excellent food and drink, as well as music and court performers. In one passage that you see on the screen, the king asked the page about the best wine, and the page, showing off his knowledge and refined taste, responds by ranking famous wines from across the empire. On a more formal and official level, the Zoroastrian roots of banqueting seem to have persisted into the late Sasanian period as well. This is clear in Sur Sakhvan, a short text dated to the late Sasanian period, which records the blessings recited at the royal feast. We can connect this material culture of drinking with the textual sources that so strongly emphasize the importance of wine-centered gatherings among elite circles in the post-Mazdakite period. It is important to add that the Dehqans of the post-Mazdakite period outlived the fall of the Sasanian Empire and carried this wine culture, along with other elements of Iranian culture, into the Islamic era. Ferdowsi himself was a Dehqan, and in many passages in the Shahnameh, he reminisces about the drinking habits of his ancestors. In closing, I would like to emphasize that my objective is not to propose yet another religious interpretation of Sasanian silver vessels. The evidence instead suggests that the wine culture of the late Sasanian period, with which these objects were associated, was widespread and extended across religious, cultural, and economic lines. I argue that these vessels can be better understood as material evidence of broader social transformation in late Sasanian Iran. Transformations through which drinking and wine-centered gatherings acquired greater social force and a wider reach. The social changes following the Mazdakite movement likely formed the backdrop to this development, facilitating the rise of new patrons eager to express their unique identities, tastes, and desires, most visibly through a widespread material culture of drinking. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue onwards and then take questions afterwards. So let me introduce David Branscome, a lecturer in the classics department here at UCI. His research interests are in ancient Greek historiography and in the cultural interactions between Greek and the Near East. He has published a book and several articles on Herodotus, and he is currently completing a book manuscript entitled Ancient Greek Views of the Persian Tiara. Please welcome, help me welcome Dr. Branscome. very top, this one?
Very top.
Thank you. The title of my paper is John of Tella as an analog to Mazdak, Religious Heresy and Imperial Suppression in the Early 6th Century CE. During the early 6th century CE, at the same time that Mazdak was promoting his controversial religious movement in the Sasanian Empire, there was a somewhat similar figure, a fellow reformer named John of Tella, who was promoting his own controversial religious beliefs in the Byzantine Empire. For their heretical teachings and activities, both men may have been executed within a decade or so of each other by their respective monarchs or by the monarch's representatives. Mazdak being put to death in either the 520s or the 530s by the Sasanian king Khusro I, John of Tella being put to death in 538 by Ephraim, the powerful bishop of Antioch. In this paper, I argue that John of Tella can serve for us as a helpful analog of his contemporary Mazdak. Although the exact religious, social, and political context of the two men are different, we can nevertheless use John's example to shed light on unclear aspects of Mazdak's career as a religious and social reformer. One of the main things that Mazdak and John of Tella had in common is that before they ran afoul of imperial authorities, both, definitely in the case of John and probably in the case of Mazdak, had once occupied high religious office. We can assume that Mazdak was originally a Zoroastrian priest in Persia. Having held such an important religious position could have lent Mazdak extra credibility and perhaps a ready-made base of support when he embarked on founding his new religion. John of Tella was born in 482 to a prominent family in the Syrian city of Kalinicum, modern Raqqa, and he was fluent in both Syriac and Greek. At the age of 25, John eschewed a career in the Byzantine imperial bureaucracy, for example, and chose instead an ascetic life as a Christian monk in a nearby monastery. In 519, John was persuaded to become the bishop of Tella, the modern Turkish city of Viranshahir. 2 years later, in 521, during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Justin I, John gave up his bishopric in Tella and went into exile. Both Mazdak and John of Tella, therefore, likely started out working within an Orthodox religious system as a priest or as a bishop before each set out to revolutionize that system from without. Drawing upon his ties to Zoroastrianism, Mazdak seems to have constructed an offshoot religion that was strongly dualistic, with the universe engaged in the conflict between the polar opposites light and darkness, and that had a pronounced social dimension, advocating a proto-communistic sharing of goods and property. The social reforms that Mazdak championed were likely motivated by the socio-economic struggles of his day, as the early 6th century Sasanian world was suffering through a period of drought and famine, and as the inequalities between the Sasanian nobility and Zoroastrian priestly class on the one hand, and the lower classes on the other, were becoming increasingly acute. Mazdak apparently received an early convert to his religion in the person of the Sasanian king Kavad I himself. The motivations for Kavad's conversion to Mazdakism, however, may have been mainly political. Kavad may have seen Mazdak's populist teachings as a useful tool with which to diminish the power and wealth held by the nobles and priests. Within the Byzantine Empire, John of Tella was embroiled in a major religious struggle that was facing the Christian church. After the Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon in 451 had determined that Christ has two complete and distinct natures, the divine and the human, Unmixed in one body, this duophysite view was soon adopted by the Orthodox Church in Constantinople, as well as by the Pope and the Western Church. Further east, however, there was fierce pushback to the Chalcedonian definition of the nature of Christ. Like many other Syrians of his day, John of Tella was a miaphysite, holding that Christ has one composite nature consisting of an unmixed combination of the divine and the human. Miaphysticism is now the orthodox view of the modern Oriental Orthodox churches, which include the Syriac Orthodox Church. Due to his miaphysite beliefs, John of Tella refused to obey the Emperor Justin I's command that all clergy follow the Chalcedonian position on Christ's nature, and so John resigned his post as bishop in 521. Living in exile in the far west of the Sasanian Empire and the Mesopotamian borderlands of the two empires, John made it his mission to ordain as many miaphysite priests and deacons in the region as he could, and he ended up ordaining thousands of them. If he did not receive the level of imperial acceptance that Mazdak did for a time with Kavad, John still, even in exile, received some imperial recognition as a miaphysite leader. The Byzantine Emperor Justinian I invited John, along with other representatives of the Syrian Church, to Constantinople in 532 for an official disputation, at which Justinian ordered John and the other clergymen to cease from their miaphysite ordinations. It is unclear, though, the extent to which John obeyed Justinian's orders in this regard. Another similarity between Mazdak and John of Tella is that the most sensational accusations leveled against the two figures in Antiquity were probably the inventions of the religious enemies. We have no writings by Mazdak himself, and essentially all of the ancient reports concerning Mazdak that we do have, from the 10th century encyclopedic work, the Denkard, to Ferdowsi's epic, the Shahnameh, rely on a tradition hostile to the religious leader. The most damning criticism of Mazdak was that he preached not only the sharing of property in general, but specifically the sharing of women. This charge seems to be tailor-made to scandalize members of Mazdak's own rigidly patrilineal society. The most charitable interpretation is that the accusation deliberately mischaracterizes what Mazdak was really after, breaking up the large harems controlled by Sasanian aristocratic families, as well as taking the land those same families controlled and redistributing the land among the poor. For John of Tella, we are much more fortunate in our surviving sources than we are for Mazdak. Not only do we have several writings by John himself, including canons for clergy and monks and a confession of faith, but we also have two biographies, both written by contemporaries of John. One biographer is a certain Elias, who claims that he was one of John's followers, and the other biographer is the noted Syrian historian John of Ephesus, who says that in 529, and so during John of Tella's exile, John of Tella himself ordained him as a miaphysite deacon in his hometown of Amida on the Tigris River. It is Elias that preserves for us a striking charge laid against John of Tella. While he was in exile occupying the wilderness between the empires, John was said to have associated with the nomads in the area and especially to have eaten the flesh of camels and donkeys along with them. Such a xenophobic accusation appears to have been crafted by John of Tella's enemies to portray him as a barbarous outsider who deigned to consort with the uncivilized nomads living beyond the imperial frontier. Mazdak and John of Tella each would have likely embraced the title of outsider, however, since they both sought to create new societies out of the old. The social reforms that Mazdak proposed were meant to transform the Sasanian world into a more egalitarian place, where wealth was wrested away from the landed aristocracy and the Orthodox Zoroastrian priests and shared among the poor. Ironically, the Sasanian kings Kavad I and his son and successor Khusro I did end up enacting reforms, such as instituting public building projects, that reflected some of Mazdak's ideas. But these kings pushed through the reforms with political considerations in mind, to win over the support of the peasantry, while at the same time weakening the influence of the nobility and priests. While John of Tella gave up his office of bishop, when John of Tella gave up his office of bishop, he physically left the political and religious domain of the Byzantine Empire and went into the wilds of the far west of the Sasanian Empire. He chose to live then in a political no man's land where he could construct a religiously based ascetic community that was free for a time from the political interference of either empire. One of the things that John reveals in his writings is that he established a system for the redistribution of wealth in the frontier zone towns to which he ministered. John encouraged that monetary gifts to the local churches, whether by priests or by lay people, be distributed, at least partially, to those in need. While religious and political opponents would try with varying degrees of success to eliminate the changes, including social programs for the benefit of the lower classes that both Mazdak and John of Tella tried to bring to their societies, these opponents would soon succeed in eliminating Mazdak and John of Tella themselves. The deaths of both men were gruesome. In the succession crisis that ensued when Akhavan I died, Mazdak and his followers backed the wrong one of Akhavan's sons, Kawus, instead of the eventual king Khusro. Unfortunately for Mazdak, the latter son happened to be as hostile to the Mazdakite movement as his father had been favorable. Backed by the Orthodox Zoroastrian priests and maybe even by the Orthodox Christian clergy residing in the Sasanian Empire, Khusro I had thousands of Mazdak's followers slaughtered, probably in the late 520s or early 530s. According to the Shahnameh, Khusro ordered Mazdak himself to be hung and to be shot with arrows. John of Tella's biographers paint a lurid picture of John's most dogged enemy, the bishop of Antioch and fellow Syrian Ephraim. To the Chalcedonian Ephraim, John's work ordaining large numbers of Miaphysite clergy just beyond the borders of Byzantine Syria posed a serious threat to his role in ecclesiastical duties as a leader for Syrian Christians. No doubt with the blessing of the Chalcedonian Emperor Justinian I, Ephraim convinced Sasanian authorities of the dangers posed by the Christian exile building a heretical community in their midst. And with Sasanian aid, Ephraim was able to enter Persian territory in around 537, arrest John, and bring him back forcibly to Antioch. Imprisoned there, John was tortured to death a year later in 538. Finally, a major difference between Mazdak and John of Tella is their respective cultural legacies. Despite widespread persecutions by Khusro I and by subsequent Sasanian kings, Mazdak's heretical religious and social movement would persist, if in a diminished and dispersed form, for another century or so until early Islamic times, when it does seem to have disappeared. By contrast, the life's work of John of Tella ordaining Miaphysite priests and deacons, both in and outside Syria, played a fundamental role in the formation of the modern Syriac Orthodox Church. While in his own time, Orthodox Duophysite Christians like Ephraim considered John of Tella a heretic, John is today considered a founding father of the Syriac Orthodox Church, and he is venerated on February 6th, the reported day on which John of Tella died. What we gain then by comparing Mazdak with John of Tella is twofold. First, the historicity of Mazdak's life as a religious and social reformer is reinforced when we consider the life of a contemporary religious and social reformer from a neighboring empire. Of course, John of Tella actually did much of his work while living within the same empire as Mazdak, the Sasanian Empire. John left his own Byzantine Empire to go to a place more suited to his innovative ideas. We could say that it was the very openness of the Sasanian Empire to various religions that allowed these two reformers, so different in their religious systems and yet so similar in their social beliefs, to thrive as long as they did within the empire's borders. Second, it was only when Mazdak and John of Tella got too close to achieving their aims that they were violently stopped. The nearer they got to transforming their societies, the bigger threat they posed to the accepted power structures among rulers and elites. When they reached that point, Mazdak and John of Tella would have to be branded heretics and would have to be executed. Thank you all. Hour.
Yeah. So at this point, we're going to postpone the third talk to after lunch. And we're going to take questions here. Couple of them. Yes.
Yes,
to
I
that
have a
end.
question first from Arvin, if I may. Thank you very much for the talk. I just want to make sure I understood this correctly, which is really, I think, interesting, is that probably with the Mazdakite revolution, where you have these dehqans, now the power and further the wealth is leaving the great houses to these locals. So that's why you can see this democratization or sort of expansion of this type of vessels that is connected to that. If that is the case, at the end you were showing some other vessels that were not maybe very fancy. How do they play into this?
Yeah, that's actually a question I have for you. I wanted to ask you. Because I'm not sure. I tried to look into this to see whether, because now poor people are also drinking. I mean, I think they were drinking before. I mean, I don't think it's like something that is special to this period, but we actually see the material culture of it a lot. So I'm not sure, because Mazdak's idea was to help the poor, right? But I'm not sure to what degree this actually was materialized, this happened. And then, I mean, if we can answer that question, those like far less expensive vessels, like ceramic vessels, or, I mean, high-tin bronze can be also, I mean, for the higher middle class, I'm not sure, but like ceramic vessels, then we can connect those vessels to that idea that maybe the poor was doing better. I don't know, in some parts of the empire at least. So that's something this is something I'm also thinking about. Like, yeah.
Thank you.
I have one question for Arvin and one for David afterwards. But there's some real questions. You showed a plate in the Hermitage.
Yes.
Dating from the 8th century. Yeah. And what is that date based on? Very strange iconography.
It's a very difficult question.
It's based on Marsh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some, I mean, it's mostly stylistic. The stylistic choices should be important in dating the objects, but it shouldn't be the only element. Also, there is this element of technical choices. So if you, can I bring that object? It's better. So, for example, when we look at these earlier Sasanian plates, you see, for example, the gilding is only on the figures and not the background, right? So there, at some point, there is this change in like their choice of gilding. So now they're gilding the background, but not the figures. This is late. We are pretty much sure this is late because you don't see that kind of choice in earlier objects. So This is one example. I mean, we can find some other technical choices, but also I don't have the numbers for this, or I don't know exactly if this has been published, the elemental composition for this. But if we have like a higher percentage of copper in the silver, this shows that it's likely later, or at least it's not royal. Because if it's like 40% or 30% or 20% copper in the composition, in royal vessels that we are sure that they're royal, it's far less, like around 5.
But would that flower that the king holds in his hand have parallels?
In the earlier times?
No, in similar, because it looks very Achaemenid to me. That's my
Yeah, there's a connection there. There's a connection. I mean, we actually see that kind of this gesture of like holding flower or smelling the flower in the earlier periods as well. So I'm not exactly sure what's the exact meaning of it, but flowers are really important in Sasanian visual culture.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Thank you for this very interesting parallel. My question, put it another way. Bauzani, who is an important scholar in Islamic studies, writing about Iranian religious history, at some point he wrote that probably what was written about Mazdak, similarly to what is being said about Baha'is in later times, is basically a construct. So we should not take the information that we have on Mazdak's doctrine seriously because they are written mainly by heresiologists, I mean, Zoroastrian. And you said the same thing is true for John of Tella. Could you dwell a bit more on this kind of techniques, how it was used in the, at least within the Byzantine Christianity?
In terms of the history being written by the enemies or by being misrepresented?
Yes, and which kind of categorizations were used against fallen prophets, let's say.
Yeah, well, so of course, as I say, with John of Tella, you get a very favorable depiction of him in Syriac traditions, but he is a heretic from the Orthodox church in Constantinople, and so of course, I looked at Ephraim, right, who's the enemy of John of Tella. And in the biographies of John of Tella, which are again written by either contemporaries in case of John of Ephes or Elias, we don't know if it's all authorial self-presentation when he says that he says he was actually arrested at the same time that John of Tella was arrested in Syria by Ephraim. Elias was there with him, and we have no way to confirm that. But in those sources, of course, John of Tella receives a very favorable depiction, but Ephraim is a very negative figure. But of course, on the Duophysite, say modern Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox Church, Ephraim is presented very positively. So you have the two Miaphysite and Duophysite camps. Whichever side you come down on in antiquity is going to color the way you picture whether John of Tella or Ephraim. And so, if you're studying John of Tella, of course, as I say, with his biographies, you're going to get a very positive view of him. But that's just because they're on his side. So, again, it's just based on which side you're coming from. It's going to be how these figures are depicted, whether positively or negatively.
I have actually a question for both of you. Sure. I mean, the first one is, it's just a detail in the greater scheme of your presentation, but you said, you quoted that Taus, the older brother of Khusro, was not chosen as a successor because he was pro-Mazdakite, Khusro was anti-Mazdakite, and so Kavad chose Khusro, which I know is the mainstream picture in the
Yeah.
process. Now, I'm not a historian of any kind, not even less a historian of the Mazdakite movement, but as far as I know, the closest source we have in time is Procopius, and Procopius says that Kavad hated cows ud any logo, without any reason. So while Procopius knows this Mazdakite episode in the earlier reign of Kavad, he does not link the repudiation of cows and the selection of Khusro as successor somehow to the Mazdakite movement. And he explicitly says that no one knew the reason why Khusro preferred, why Kavad preferred Khusro. Just one.
Yeah, so I mean, and we can just look at what happens once Khusro becomes king and just the way that he treats the Mazdakite movement. So he certainly seems to be an anti-Mazdakite, unlike his father. So if the Mazdakites, Mazdak and his followers, did back Kawus, they backed wrongly, right? So maybe that's not completely, that tradition may not be completely reliable, but the end result was that the wrong king from their point of view got selected, and then they got punished for that.
One more final question. Sorry, we're running in, we're kind of hungry. Dr. Alizala, you had a question.
With regard to this business of Mazdak, there's also connections in the Chinese sources. We have a woman by the name of Edith Simcox in 1894 published a paper connecting the two important motifs of Mazdak's life within Arabic and Persian literature, namely his death by torture, the burning of the books and burning of the Mazdakites, and also the burial headlong into the earth when he would be, Mazdak was hung and his followers were planted literally, and he would look upon what he had sown in the Shahnameh and also in Arabic sources. She connected this to the 2nd and 4th century Chinese sources, where Confucius's followers were killed by the same in the same manner, and their books were burned. In fact, a Chinese proverb, killing of the scholars and burning of their books, stayed within Chinese literary tradition for about 2,000 years. And I think Nylander is a sinologist, has an essay on it. But the two motifs that interest me, and I think that are related to what you said, namely this is traveling motifs that attach themselves to important, religious or rebellious characters. You can trace it from China all the way to Byzantium, as you showed, and I think that the Persian story was probably the bridge, because there was in other words, I think on textual grounds in Chinese source, I think it's more reasonable to assume that this story started in China, probably 4th century, because we do have it in textual form around the 2nd century BC in Chinese literature and literary and historical sources. Then found its way to Iran, attached itself to Mazdak, because with Mazdak we have very little contemporary sources that can show this. We have it all in sort of legendary Arabo-Persian historical or literary sources, right? So, and what's interesting is that in the first instance of Confucius, the follower of Confucius that the emperor ordered killed, that's the first emperor. The number of the scholars were 460. In later Chinese sources, it's increased to 12,000, which is exactly what you find in in Nizam al-Mulk and in the Shahnameh. You see, I mean, these numbers are formulaic in a way. There's 40, there is 12,000, things like this. And it is interesting that the manner of the punishment of these, heretics, it's against Zoroastrian religion. I mean, you can't bury a person. It defiles the earth. So how would you bury them head first? Or for that matter, burning them? You see? And so these things seem to be later additions. Now, what is the dynamics of the interchange between Chinese sources, Persian sources, and Byzantine sources? That's an issue in itself, and I think interesting. I can't tell how this works. I wrote a paper several years ago, and then I think I expanded it. It is supposed to come out in the 4th volume of my collected papers if they don't bomb the foundation in Iran. So, but given the sources, both Chinese and Persian and Arabic in there, but I think that your essay, your presentation is a very interesting aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fascinating.
Thank you so much. Thank you for both of our speakers. Again, we'll be back after lunch for our third one.
What time?
At 2 o'clock our time.
2 o'clock.
Of course, was mainly done through Nastaran and Akhavan. We'd like to thank also, though, UCI Classics Department and Zina, who's the chair, who also wanted the department to be involved and supported this conference as well. Encyclopedia Iranica has a hand in there as well to make sure that there's a synergy between these places where things can go much well. If you checked on Encyclopedia Iranica, we do not have the entry for Mazdak yet. And so this not yet, but there's lots that we can think about, for example, through these discussions. I am going to ask Ms. Melissa DePiero, who is our graduate student here at UC Irvine, working visual studies with Professor Matt Canepa, who works on Seleucids, animals, Ptolemies, and all sorts of interesting things to take over.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a restful lunch and are ready to jump back in. It is with great pleasure I introduce our first speaker to this panel, Mark Gradoni, who is a doctoral candidate in the Department of History here at UC Irvine. He is specializing in the history and archaeology of the Near East and Central Asia in late antiquity and part of UCLA's interdisciplinary specialization in ancient Iran and the pre-modern Persianate world. His dissertation, Husbandmen and Farmers, Managers and Scribes, Portraits of Daily Lives, Economies, and Environments, explores the intersections of labor, landscape, and environment across the ancient Iranian world in the 6th through 8th centuries. Mark is currently the senior graduate student researcher on Encyclopedia Iranica's editorial board and is an affiliate of the Italian Archaeological Mission to Iraqi Kurdistan, with which he conducts annual fieldwork. His published work has appeared in the most recent volume of the American Journal of Numismatics and the recent 4th volume of Senver, Journal of Iranian Studies. Please welcome Mark Gradoni.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, sharing the screen would be ideal. Let's not. Starting all right. There we go, off on the right foot, hopefully. Okay, okay. So in recent years, scholars of late antique Iran have increasingly settled into a bit of a burgeoning consensus that the namesake of this symposium and the arch heresiarch of the Zoroastrian and Islamic traditions, Mazdak son of Ramdad, did not necessarily exist as a historical individual. This consensus has emerged as a school of historiographic thought in the 21st century, just as interpretations grounded in Soviet historical materialism and subsequent explorations of Mazdakite cosmology dominated the study of Mazdak in the long 20th. There are numerous arguments for this interpretation, and for a long time, I have found those to be convincing. But we can still nuance that a bit by rephrasing it as perhaps something more along the lines like Mazdak, son of Bamdad, certainly did not exist in the manner described in our consistently hostile sources. Or perhaps this was a figure to whom many allegations were attached posthumously, including supposedly heretical practices and teachings long after his demise. There is, of course, a third possible interpretation that Mazdak was indeed a historical individual, and that the contempt with which this figure is treated in the surviving sources indicates that both he and his associated movement were sufficiently threatening to the existing social, economic, and political structures of late antique Sasanian Iran as to necessitate elevating this otherwise obscure character to the position of arch heretic in multiple religious traditions. So today I will present a comparative transhistorical approach to this question of the nature of Mazdak and his movement, informed by long-standing debates on the nature of the life and afterlife of Mazdak and his movement. I focus on the recurrence of one of the particular aspects of the program of beliefs ascribed to the Mazdakites, namely the concept of holding women in common. What this notion implied is left intentionally unclear in our sources. Were Mazdak and his followers voicing opposition to polygamy in late 5th and early 6th century Iran? Were they disputing property requirements for marriage? Were they seeking, as some writers maintain, to enact a form of social leveling, undermining the patrilineal structures of family and inheritance law by introducing uncertainty into claims of parentage? An answer remains elusive, but what seems more certain is that critics have leveled these charges in part to associate the movement with the form of sexual deviancy. The charge of sexual deviancy, either practiced by the followers of Mazdak and other historical figures or ostensibly to which they aspired, recurs throughout the historical record. I think that's particularly notable. While various accounts of sexually frustrated men seeking access to women for marriage, fornication, copulation, or some degree of all three, as well as accounts of women abandoning their socially established passive roles within a patriarchal system and seeking out their own sexual gratification, certainly predate this late antique Iranian episode of Mazdak. I believe the Baka I've already mentioned here this afternoon. I'll focus here explicitly on the association of these accusations of sexual deviancy with historical programs of social reform. These accusations, I argue, played a crucial role in establishing the alterity, of the reformist within a given socio-political formation. So in this presentation, we'll first consider the historical accounts of the accusation that the Mazdakites sought to hold women in common. Then we will explore two similar charges of sexual deviancy, first in the early modern village of Aintab, among a Shia community in the early Ottoman Empire. Then we will advance to the 20th century and consider the events of September 30th and October 1st, 1965, where women of the Indonesian Communist Party supposedly engaged in a sexually charged torture and murder of a cadre of generals, a night which set into motion one of the darkest and most deadly programs of mass murder of the Cold War, and a subsequent propaganda campaign that the American CIA referred to subsequently due to success as the Jakarta method. Finally, I'll introduce a theoretical lens through which we can interpret some of the evidence of our transhistorical case studies and reflect on theorizing charges of sexual deviancy as a tool of elite reaction to undermine, discredit, and ultimately justify the elimination of adherence to popular social reformist movements that appear to threaten society's status quo. So the historical episode of Mazdak son of Bamdad and the uprising of the Mazdakites is perhaps one of the most commented upon in all of late antique Iranian history. Dating through the reigns of the king of kings Akhavan I, 488 to 986 and 498 to 531, and his son Bushra I, Anushirwan, who ruled from 531 to 579. Mazdak is identified in the Arabic and New Persian sources as a mobed, the Middle Persian term for a member of one of the Zoroastrian priesthoods in Sasanian Iran. The sources, both contemporary and later, associate Mazdak and his eponymous movement with three principal tenets: holding property in common, welfare for the poor, and some reformation to the institutions of Zoroastrian marriage and elite harem culture, all grounded in a novel, if not necessarily new, interpretation of sacred text. We're going to apply nuance to that statement coming up shortly. So the historian Al-Tabari, writing in the 9th and early 10th century CE, described the threefold doctrine of Mazdak as follows, quote, "The followers of Mazdak further asserted that they were going to take from the rich for the poor and give to those possessing little out of the share of those possessing much. Moreover, they asserted that those who had an excessive amount of wealth, womenfolk, and goods had no more right to them than anyone else. Gilan, the epic poet, author of the Shahnameh, preserves a similar description of the core tenets of the Mazdakite doctrine. So, stating, quote, that Mazdak said that those who had nothing were equal to the powerful, and that one man should not own more than another, since the rich are the left and the poor are the war. And men should be free and equal in the world. Why should one man seek to have more than one another? I think there's a typo on here. And that women, houses, and possessions were to be distributed so that the poor would have as much as the rich. The account of shared women and property appears consistently throughout the writings of other roughly contemporary Islamic authors as well, such as, sorry, my apologies there. Here's consistency through the writings of other roughly contemporary authors, such as al-Yaqubi, but is noticeably absent in authors such as Hamza al-Isfahani and Ali Masoudi. Here, let's evaluate 5 asterisks, extant accounts from pre-modern Iranian sources that describe the figure and the associated movement, which modern historians usually identify with Mazdak and the Mazdakites. The sources with known dates of composition roughly contemporary to the events described include the Syriac chronicle of the pseudo-Joshua the Stylite, written in the early years of the 6th century CE, and 2 Eastern Roman histories written by Procopius of Caesarea and Agathias Scholasticus, who both composed their works in the middle and final years of that same 6th century. The dating of the Mandaean and Middle Persian sources, the Book of Kings and the Explanation of This World, and the Hitchin, respectively, are more difficult. These later 2 texts survive in the manuscript tradition, and although potentially composed during the final century of Sasanian hegemony, roughly the age of the Hushras, so 531 to 628, time to ballpark that, were perhaps not codified or standardized until the 9th century. Collectively, these 5 constitute our pre-Islamic primary source corpus for Mazdak. So the Chronicle of Pseudo-Joshua the Stylite is the extant source most contemporary to the events of the reign of Kavad and the life of Mazdak. The Syriac Chronicle of unknown authorship and disputed date covers the period of 494 to 506 of the current era, focusing on the city of Edessa on the border of the Iranian and Roman empires. The anonymous author describes the conduct of Kavad here upon the ascension of the Roman Emperor Anastasius, and all italics in these quotes are my own. So slightly later in the same passage, the author also writes that Kavad, that, quote, even the freeborn men of his kingdom hated him because he permitted their wives to commit adultery, end quote. This text introduces the earliest account of the most frequently recurring charge against Mazdak, that of some sort of undermining social norms around marriage and the potential threatened dissolution of paternal lineage. However, the pseudo-Joshua ascribes the doctrine in question here, not to Mazdak, but to the Zardusht Khan, the eponymous followers of a certain other occasionally attested cleric named Zardusht of Fars. The notable absence of any explicit mention of Mazdak is a recurrent theme in the pre-Islamic sources, and the figure of Zardusht and his purported sect recurs throughout later Islamic historiography, particularly among the heresiographical literature. So transitioning to Procopius, the first 2 books of Procopius's History of the Wars describe conflicts with Sasanian Iranshah, and it's here that Procopius relates his telling of the legal innovations of Kavad. Once again, the source mentions the accusation of holding women in common, but not of any additional social program of proposed reforms. Agathias Scholasticus, the continuator functionally of Procopius's history, writing later in the 6th century, also offered a summary of the reign and legacy of Kavad. Agathias's account was, according to the author himself, derived from material of the Iranian royal archives that he was able to access via his association with one Sergios, a diplomatic envoy to the Sasanian court. This mention of the Sasanian royal archive, and thus potential court history is often cited as evidence of the existence of a imperial or at least a royal Namag tradition, the now lost historical text, to which many later authors of the early Islamic era claimed access via an Arabic translation produced by Ibn Muqaffa. Agathias characterized Kawad's reign thusly, and Agathias notably here centers a law supposedly mandating the communal holding of women, but notably introduces the idea that Kawad introduced, quote, revolutionary measures into the political life and set aside long practiced customs, quote. Unfortunately, but given the state of our sources, unsurprisingly, the author neglects to describe what these other revolutionary measures might have entailed. The Mandaean text titled The Book of Kings and the Explanation of This World includes the fourth pre-Islamic reference to Mazdak. Charles Haverhill, the translator and editor of the text, attributes an initial version of the text to the mid-7th century, at latest being authored by one otherwise untested figure named Yahya Sam bin Sarwan. There's a brief passage within this chronicle, is an expansive and variegated text. Within the text, there is a portion that is chronicle-like and appears to correspond to the years 485 to 536 CE. And that first text reads, quote, it is indicated that an antichrist comes and becomes Lord of the whole world, and he sits upon a great throne, and on it passes judgment to remove the judges. He comes from the east to the west in a single day, and even the brick in the walls bears witness to him, end quote. So Haverhill notes here, is seeking to identify a suitable candidate for this Antichrist figure, notes that these 5 decades, which this part of the text seems to date, would predate the arrival of the Prophet Muhammad by at least a century. However, quote, they do correspond more or less to the reign of Kawad I and the career of the heresiarch Mazdak son of Hamdan, end quote. The case for this identification of Mazdak, this figure alluded to here, is strengthened by an earlier passage describing an aberration, I believe the one I have on screen here, from traditional gender roles affected by the women of the empire at the time. The entry for the year 802 in the Mandaic calendar reads thus. And this passage is thus far as I can tell, unique in the whole pre-modern historiography of the Mazdakite episode in 2 distinct respects. First, as Haverhill notes, while all accounts of Mazdak, quote, concern the erasure of traditional barriers circumscribing sexual relations, the accounts of Procopius and Agathias deny female agency, making the women communal property of men, where our chronicle effectively denies male agency, making men the communal property of women, end quote. Nevertheless, and I keep saying nevertheless a lot because it refers to a persistent and consistent frustration with the early sources, the name Mazdak is absent from this text, as is any allegation beyond some subversion of sexual mores and established gender norms. Finally, in this brief source survey, the Bundahishan, the Middle Persian treatise summarizing Zoroastrian creation beliefs, includes a description of Mazdak that reads as follows. Surviving in a version likely compiled during the Abbasid period, but likely originally composed or derived from texts composed in the late Sasanian era, Bundahishan 3624 reads, is the quote on the screen. This account preserved in the Bundahishan diverges from the preceding examples in several notable ways. First, the Bundahishan introduces the name of the heresiarch Mazdak, as well as his father, a certain Bamdad. Second, and reflecting the ostensibly hypothesized connection between the Zoroastrian priesthood and the house of Sasan, the text defends the character of the King of Kings, describing him as, quote, tricked and deluded, unquote, by Mazdak. Third, the Bundahishan provides the first mention that, in addition to women, Mazdak advocated for the collective holding of children and property. Finally, this passage marks the first time that Mazdak is explicitly associated with the suppression of the Mazdaean den, here perhaps best understood as the Zoroastrian religious orthodoxy and orthopraxis writ large within the Sasanian Empire. And that this is also the first time that Khusro, the first Anushirwan, is invoked as the suppressor of the movement and restorer of the Mazdaean faith in the lands of Iran. These innovations in the account of the reign of Kawad and the life of Mazdak become standard elements in the reception of these accounts by Islamic historiographers, all of whom we are now going to skip for the sake of time. All right, so kicking ourselves ahead here, we're going to jump several centuries, and we're going to move westward to the Aintab Plateau. So in Leslie Pierce's Morality Tales, Law and Gender, the Ottoman Court of Aintab, we meet a woman named Hajia Sabah. On July 6th of 1541, she was sentenced to public humiliation and banishment from the city. A three-part allegation is preserved in this case. And when reading through Pierce's narration, the third aspect of the allegation immediately draws the reader's attention. Pierce records a translation of Hajia Sabah's testimony, and it reads harmlessly enough. I haven't even applied italics to it because there's nothing particularly controversial there. However, the account of two of her neighbors reads a bit more familiarly in the last line. So here again is another seemingly random allegation of sexual deviancy. But what can we make of this? In the first half of the 16th century, Pierce describes an attitude among the Ottoman authorities that regards support for the Kizilbash, here read explicitly as the newly proclaimed Shia dynasty of Iran, the Safavids, either real or imagined, as a religio-political double heresy against both empire and faith. Now, where exactly have we heard of a double heresy before? So indeed, this paranoia became pervasive, not just because an early modern geopolitical rival offered a potentially alternative version of an early modern state in the Islamic world, but because of the utility of weaponizing that fear of social, political, religious subversion. So hold that last part in mind as we go to our final example. And we'll again jump through transhistorically across 4 centuries, move into much more recent history. So in the wake of the Second World War, and my apologies if this sounds too much like our History 21C 20th Century World History course here at UCI, but the world entered a bipolar era of nuclear-backed superpowers. The first led by the United States, organized around a capitalist mode of production, and the second led by the Soviet Union, organized around a form of state socialism. However, at the 1955 Bandung Conference, nations of what was then termed the Third World announced the non-aligned movement, by whose principles nations would embrace international collaboration and solidarity as an alternative to the binary choice of allegiance offered by Washington and Moscow. Although overlooked because of the presence of China, Indonesia played a leading role as both the host nation for that conference and the third largest behind only China and India in the entirety of the non-aligned movement. But this was the Cold War, and nationalist elements in Indonesia, as well as CIA officials in Langley, Virginia, were alarmed by the popularity of the Indonesian Communist Party, the KPI. Within a decade, the dream of Bandung's non-aligned international solidarity was dead as the nation descended into a now famous program of killing that claimed the lives of between 400,000 and 1.2 million people. The most common charge associated among the murdered was supposed membership in, affiliation with, or proximity to the Communist Party. So what catalyzed the killing of many members of a political party that a decade earlier, had claimed more than 2 million members and secured 16% of the seats in the national legislature? The answer lies in another set of socioeconomic and political anxieties of nationalist factions and religious hardliners, but we may also observe yet another familiar charge. So unlike the Mazdakites or the Shia living in the early modern Ottoman Empire, in Indonesia, we have sufficient historical resolution within our data set to know that these charges were indeed unfounded. The events of September 30th and October 1st of 1965 instigated a surge of violence with a staggering death toll. More than half a century later, we're left to ask, why was it necessary to falsely implicate members of the Indonesian women's movement? Why was it necessary to introduce the narrative of sexual deviance into the cover story? And why was it necessary to center the violent emasculation of slain generals in the subsequent propaganda push? Setting aside that abject horror, we'll pivot to a theoretical lens to sort of examine and think through these questions. So in this brief presentation, I've embraced a bit of an old archaeological adage that 3 stones make a wall. 3 historical episodes, 3 allegations that highlight the supposed charges, the supposed sexual deviancy of followers of a reformist movement. Is there a connection here? Certainly, I'm going to argue that there is, to no one's surprise. So when rereading these accounts, I keep returning to 2 works that I feel are particularly salient for thinking through the questions posed by both the pre-Islamic and Islamic sources, as well as the more contemporary transhistorical evidence. And they are Silvia Federici's Caliban and the Witch, Women, the Body, and Primitive Accumulation, as well as Achille Mbembe's Necropolitics. And for the sake of brevity, I'm limiting myself to Federici here. In Caliban and the Witch, Federici searches for the intersection of Marxist debates about primitive accumulation and feminist critiques to locate the origins of the circumscribed social position to which women were relegated under early modern European capitalism. As part of this project, Federici traces a through line of the utility of charges of heresy in the medieval and early modern European world as an instrument by which many reform movements and individuals who objected to socioeconomic oppression were conveniently rendered exterior to the society at large and targeted for elimination. Hence my inclination to read this in concert with Achille Mbembe. Federici writes that, quote, heresy was as much a critique of social hierarchies and economic exploitation as it was a denunciation of clerical corruption. When combined with the 3 case studies examined here, Federici's own case studies, exclusively limited to Western Europe, produces a non-existent list of more than a dozen episodes wherein historical charges of heretical teachings, often associated with allegations of sexual deviancy, were deployed to crush inconvenient populist reform movements. And this quote, attributed to John Ball, one of the leaders of the English Peasants' Revolt of 1381, returns to this image which I deployed earlier in the presentation and will serve as a nice little transition to a conclusion. So in this presentation, I've tried to guide us through very quickly through 1,500 years of history, focusing on 3 apparently distinct episodes in which reformist movements in the ancient, early modern, and modern world were undermined by accusations of seeking to transgress social mores through sexual deviancy. When read in concert with Federici's 2004 work, I argue that we should handle the uniformly hostile narratives of Mazdak and the Mazdakite movement with extreme scrutiny, rather than the prevailing paradigm of literary positivism, which has characterized the past the past century and a half of their study. Instead of accepting the charges of sexual deviance in the form holding women in common presented by our sources, I propose that Mazdak and his eponymous movement are most legible as a popular reform movement or uprising of the peasantry and the lower urban classes. The long shadow of the Bresiarch, therefore, comes not from Mazdakites' pre-modern communism or a program of free love to create a classless society, but from the genuine power amassed by a movement that so threatened the structures of late Sasanian state and society that it was necessary it's always right at the end too. My apologies. That it was necessary to discredit them and memorialize them in infamy in subsequent literary tradition as the preeminent heresy of and threat to the late antique Iranian world. Thank you.
Time for 1 or 2 questions.
Want to do them at the end?
Oh.
I don't know. I default to the organizers.
Yes, maybe that's how they, that's the way we do it in the morning.
Also, let me gather my breath.
Okay. Up next, I would like to introduce Dr. Massimiliano Basali, who is a postdoctoral researcher at Sapienza University of Rome and a visiting fellow in the Department of Historical Studies at the University of Toronto. His focus is on the narratological study of Zoroastrian literature and on 19th century European travel literature in Iran. He is the recipient of a Marie Curie Global Postdoctoral, it's the afternoon, a fellowship for the project tracing records and views of European literature on Zoroastrians of Iran in the late modern age, which examines the Zoroastrian community in Iran between 1773 and 1854 through European, Farsi, and Iranian sources. Please welcome Dr. Basali.
So first, thank you for the invitation to this interesting conference on Mazdak. The topic will be Mazdak in the Denkard, book 7, and within the 7th book of the Denkard, the figure of Mazdak appears indirectly in the 7th chapter, which, according to its title, collects the marvels that occurred after the death of Kai-Wishtas until the end of the Sasanian Empire. Actually, despite what the title states, the 7th chapter, like the 8th, stands out from the absence of marvelous episodes that form the common thread of all the preceding chapters and the final ones from the 9th to 11th. Beyond this commonality, the 7th and 8th chapter differ in style, with implication for the dating of the composition. In any event, the 7th chapter presents itself as a kind of a chronicle of Iranian history recorded through the eyes of the Mazdian clergy, thus not based on political events or wars, but on the opposition between those who supported the religion and those who obstructed it. The former are identified by the generic term of Nastaran, meaning adorners of a religion, and include both religious leaders, the Nastaran, and rulers, the Khwadayan. The enemies, instead, are identified by two terms that are semantically opposed to the previous one. Thus, in contrast to the Khwada, we found the word Sasta, or tyrant, while in opposition to Dastwa, we found the term Ahromok, meaning heretic. Ahromok is the key to understand the role of the Mazdakites within the Denkard of the 7. As noted above, the Mazdak is not directly mentioned, but his followers are indeed introduced in the following manner. And among the enemies of religions, there are heretics of the heretics, who are called Mazdakites. The term Ahromok appears in several Pahlavi texts, including translations of sacred corpus, such as in the Pahlavi version of Videodar, where it may assume these nuances. Broadly speaking, the term encompasses one who innovates in religious prescription, causes harm to the sacred elements, or whose written word, thought, and action are mutually discordant. Thus, in the 7th book, the Mazdakites are presented as the heretics par excellence, who have deviated most from tradition, or at least from the set of Zand commonly accepted by the Mazdian clergy. Several contributions have also emphasized how the phrase Ahromogan, Ahromok might be negative parallel to Mobedan, Mobed. But for my part, I believe that within the Denkard 7, this title should be compared with that of the one there, creating a parallel between the figure of Mazdak and that of Ahriman. Immediately after introducing the Mazdakites, the text goes on to list the worst crimes. Here on the screen, I'm showing you the entire section dedicated to the Mazdakites for the sake of completeness, but considering the density of the text, we will briefly look at each accusation. The first of the 6 sins of the Mazdakites is that they are incapable of learning justice. Here, the narrator emphasizes how the Mazdakites refuse to adhere to justice according to the norms shared by the Zoroastrian clergy, interpreting it in their own way. Professor Mazdak, in an article published in 2021, has already emphasized how the concept of Achromog or a heretic also involves a different interpretation of religious norms prevalent in the Sasanian era. Immediately thereafter, the narrator accuses the Mazdakites of distributing or donating shares of goods, resources, and property to their own family, once again circumventing the established rules. In this fashion, rather than making the traditional donation to the priests in exchange for religious performances, the Mazdakites redistributes the good internally among their followers and within the family unit. The third accusation concerns the distribution of food, which, according to the narrator of Adenka 7, does not follow traditional prescriptions, which consist of the defined portion of meat and 2 meals per day during winter, rising to 3 meals per day during summer. The Mazdakites, by contrast, are said to have exempted themselves from his regime and consequently to have eaten entirely as they pleased. This particular accusation finds a resonance echo in the Pahlavi translation of Deodat, where the heretic is defined as one who achwavish paikaret. The gloss immediately following makes plain that this constitutes a direct reference to Mazdak and his community. The blinded considers the relevant passage of a Denkard to be a gloss upon the Deodat. He maintains that both passages allude to a form of asceticism practiced by the more holy among the Mazdakites, in contrast to Layah, who are said to have indulged their appetites in hope to exhausting them into renunciation. For my own part, I find myself wondering whether this might not be more straightforwardly read as a system of internal food redistribution from which no member were excluded. Be what it may, following the question of a food, the Denkard presents one of the most celebrated accusations leveled against the Mazdakites, that of propagating matrilineal descent. Its repetition twice in the same paragraph underscores the particular gravity attributed to his behavior, which stands in direct opposition to the patrilineal foundation of the Sasanian society. Mazdak emphasizes that this implies a systematic ignoring of a complex system of a marriage law, which permits polygyny but especially forbids polyandry. To this might be added, in my opinion, the further consideration that a matrilineal system would have conflicted with an entire legal framework governing the inheritance of property or the recognition of heirs as regarded the comparison with wolves. I will return to this point shortly. The interpretation of a subsequent accusation is rather more difficult to elucidate. The first part appears to allude to the commodification of wives, which may suggest that marriages were managed internally with the community, once again bypassing the normative legal system, in force and perhaps ignoring distinction between social classes. The second part, however, remains considerably less transparent, not least because it is unclear to what the enclitic pronoun shan at the end of the first line refers. For instance, according to Mazdak, that shan is a reference to women or to property, whereas in my reading, it may refer to Zahak Pusprat, so to the male offspring and to the brothers, alluding to a form of profit derived from sons and brothers who may themselves have been implicated in this internal management or matrimonial affairs. And finally, the last accusation directly against the Mazdakites is that of disbelieving in oaths, which means, more broadly, a refusal of all legal practices. Furthermore, they are charged with perpetrating falsehood through their children, thereby bringing upon themselves and the entire family the sin of Mihdruj, literally contract breaking or breaking. These then are the six principal accusations which the narrator of this part of the Denkard levels against the Mazdakites. Above all this charge, however, I would like to draw attention to the fifth one, that concerning matrilinearity, and its comparison of the Mazdakites' manners to those of wolves. The association of Mazdakites and wolves has attracted the notice of several scholars, Mazouks amongst them, who interprets the act of procreating after the fashion of wolves as a means of underlining the sexual appetite, the implication being that the Mazdakites would couple outside the bounds of marriage. The symbolism of wolf, however, extends well beyond sexuality. In an article published in 2016, Professor Azarnouch rightly observed that the wolf may assume a variety of connotations within Sasanian culture, including certain positive ones. She further noted that across several texts, the wolf serves as a direct metaphor for the heretic and frequently as a synonym for the Mazdakite. In a further article in 2015, Azarnouch observes that the comparison with the wolf appears also in the third book of the Denkard in relation to the concepts of Hurzla I. In this instance, the name of Mazdak is not invoked directly, but a number of evidence points towards the identification of this heretic as Mazdak or one of his followers. And it would appear then that in the late Sasanian period, gradually crystallized an identification between the wolf and the Mazdakite heresy. This nexus between the heretic and the wolf emerges at another point in the seventh book of the Denkard. Among the various enemies of the faith cited in the text, references made to the advent of a heresy of destruction taking the form of four-legged wolf. In the passage, Denkard 7th chapter, passage 15, during the time of Touraj or Tansar. And although the name of this heretic is not mentioned, a study conducted by Timush suggests that the figure in question may be Zarathustra, son of Banquet, a figure repeatedly identified as the founder of that doctrine or exegetical interpretation which Mazdak subsequently adopted and developed. Timush grounds his identification upon chronological consideration as well as upon the symbolism of the wolf. While the evidence in support of this identification remains somewhat tenuous, it is equally true that several other scholars have already recognized as a Mazdakite another heretic who appears in both the seventh and the third books of the Denkard, Rash Neresh. The latter is named as an heretic who lived at the time of Al-Bashir, or shortly before him, and as an adversary of Ritus as well. In the seventh book, however, furnishes comparatively little further information, unlike the third, where the nature of his heresy is described in some detail. The passage prompted an initial identification proposed by Demenash as a member of a Jewish community, immediately contested by Shaket, who argued that the doctrines associated with Rash Neresh are incompatible with the Jewish teaching. Shaket later identified Rash Neresh as a possible Mazdakite, a hypothesis that has been recently supported by Timush in her article. And it is indeed Timush again who arrives at the conclusions that the various heretics present in the seventh chapter of the seventh book may therefore be connected in one fashion or another with the Mazdakite doctrine associated either directly with Mazdak or with predecessors of Mazdak, Zarathustra, having rather interesting consequences for the entire narrative of the seventh book. Indeed, according to this logic, Mazdakism would constitute the principal threat within the seventh chapter, reaching its apogee with Mazdak himself, the Ahromogan Ahromok, and the Hurzla I, On the narrative plane, in both in my book, Italian book, and a speech delivered at Oxford, I had observed how across the various chapters of the Denkard, the action undergoes a progressive displacement from a more spiritual to the more earthly human one, with the episodes concerning Zoroaster serving as a pivot of this transition. In the first two chapters, focalization alternates between the transmission of the dead and the Huara and the conflict between the gods and the demons. From the sixth chapter onwards, however, both withdraw with a narrative setting initiative entirely to human beings who now resolve to act either in accordance with the religion of Zarathustra or in opposition to it, the Ahromok and the Nastaran. The two central chapters fulfill a transitional function. In the third, Zoroaster withstands the assault of his adversaries like a passive actor. In the fourth, emerging from his conversations with the gods, he becomes an active protagonist in his own right. The conversion of Vishtas marks the culminating moment of his arc. With his adherence to the faith, Zoroaster may at least disseminate religion in its most fully realized form, offering humanity its definitive instrument against evil in all its manifestations. In some, there emerge a functional symmetry between the role of the gods and demons on the one hand, and that of the Zoroastrian, the enemies of the faith, on the other. And the Mazdakites first present the same as the historical manifestation of Ahrimanic agency, reenacting the dialectic between which fulfills itself in a friction of oppositions. And in this case, the Ahromok would be really a substitute of the Devandel. The symbolism of a wolf as an expression of heresy, and in particular of Mazdakite heresy, may also illuminate upon further episodes within the seventh book, revealing additional semantic dimension. I refer specifically to a well-known fourth attempt upon the life of the infant Zoroaster, carried out by the Bekab Durasrao, and indirectly, of course, by Polshat, his father. As is well known, almost immediately following his birth, Zoroaster was exposed on 4 occasions in attempts to bring about his death. Once amidst flames, a second time at risk of being trampled by cattle, third time by horses, and finally in the fourth episode, Polshat cast Zarathustra in a den alongside the slaughtered cubs of a wolf, in the hope that the animal, upon discovering them, would tear the infant apart in revenge. But when the wolf drew near, Zarathustra struck his jaws with desiccated them before it could attack him. Thereafter, the gods intervened, bringing into the den a female Morphron and to suckle the infant until his mother arrived the following day, who then bears him to safety. The seventh book of the Denkard is by no means the sole work to recount these attempts of Zarathustra's life. They appear likewise in the Ziaii-Bigdeli and in the fifth book. Across all these 3 works, the wolf episode distinguishes itself by several notable features. Chief among these is the consistent presence of a mother who, at the episode conclusion, goes to retrieve the child, uttering the celebrated declaration that he should never again part from her son until rather no doubt will conjoined. Indeed, while in the Denkard 7 invariably places the mother at the end of each attempt, the work of Zarathustra introduced the father during the first 3 ordeals, both the 5 cattle and horses, reserving the mother's role of the fourth. Moreover, between the 2 texts, there are also a number of linguistic affinities, which underscore how these episodes was regarded as pivotal both by Zarathustra and by the narrator of the Zoroaster legend within the Denkard. It is worth noting, finally, that even the 5th book of the Denkard, in whose passages containing a condensed version of a variant of a story found in the 7th book, the wolf episode emerges with singular distinctiveness from the surrounding materials. Given the possible role of the Mazdak within the Denka 7 as a historical phenomenology of a Harimanic process, and their particular association with the figure of a wolf, I wonder whether this episode concerning Zoroaster's infancy may not have acquired in the late Sasanian period an anti-heretical and thus anti-Mazdakite significance. More specifically, it does not seem impossible that this episode, so central in the Pahlavi narrative, might have been interpreted as a prefiguration of Khusrau's first triumph over Mazdak. I do not wish to suggest that the episode was composed in the aftermath of Mazdak's movement. Several linguistic features point rather to conservative antiquity. I would argue, however, that it may well have been reinterpreted or recast following the events associated with Mazdak. This interpretation finds further support when one considers the possible dating of the 7th chapter. For instance, in an article published in 2021 and another one in 2024, Professor Cereti has drawn attention to a number of linguistic indicators within Denka 7, suggesting that the fully development form of a Zoroaster legend, as it presents itself in the 7th book, may be dated to the late Sasanian period, and most probably under the reign of Khusrau I or Khusrau II, but in any way, immediately after the Mazdakite revolt. Moreover, it is also possible that in the late Sasanian era, the Mazdak episode had already become an integral constituent part of the Zoroaster's legend, in contrast to other parts of the Denkat, such as the 8th chapter, which would appear to originate in the Islamic period. So, to conclude, Mazdak's heresy emerged as the hidden antagonist of the 7th book, the Ahromogan Ahromog, against whom the entire narrative from Zoroastrian infancy was had been quite reinterpreted or directed. Thank you very much.
Our next and last speaker for this panel will be a recorded video. Lorenzo Savio is a PhD candidate at the Sapienza University of Rome, specializing in Iranian religious literature and the intellectual history of Zoroastrianism. His doctoral research examines the theme of religious and ethnic antagonism between the area and the Turanians, which has manifested since the Avestan period, and the different ways this motif presents itself and develops across the various historical and literary contexts within the Zoroastrian tradition.
Thank you for your introduction. Should I just share my screen with the presentation?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let
Yes.
me give you access. Are you able to share your screen now?
Okay, please let me know if you can see and hear.
Yes. Yes, we can see and hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate, even if not in person. My presentation is, as you can see, centered on the sovereign who effectively ended the Mazdakite revolt, Particularly, I will focus on his response as in the message, the political and religious message that was sent through the literary medium. We will see sources mainly from the Pahlavi tradition, but also from other traditions. Some of these texts you already seen in other presentations before me, so I will not need to repeat myself too much. So, the situation when Khusrau became king was perhaps quite delicate. The repression of the Mazdakite revolt was extremely violent. The death toll was very high, and there was also perhaps a need for the population to accept this massive loss of life, this brutal repression. There was also the problem of Kawad, who was mainly in the eyes of the nobility, perhaps seen as a rather weak sovereign for allowing this heresy to spread. Whether this happened because of Kawad's political maneuvering or because of genuine conviction, we cannot know for sure. Even though, as we have seen in the Bunda, his image is partially rehabilitated. He's described as a good king who was tricked or misled by Mazdak. There was also obviously the need to reinstate all the traditional social institutions that were subverted by the Mazdakites, especially the traditional four social classes and, of course, the various norms around property and marriage. And perhaps most importantly, the establishment of the Orthodox Zoroastrian institutions. I used quotes around Orthodox because it can be argued that we do not have a precise definition of what is Orthodox Zoroastrianism in the Sasanian period. So for the sake of this presentation, we will refer to Orthodox Zoroastrianism, the institutional Zoroastrianism that was dominant before the rise of the Mazdakites. So we can see there are perhaps three main groups of people that Khusrau needed to convince: the clergy and the nobility, and also the common folk. As for the clergymen, we can see now in this part of the presentation a series of religious texts where we can see what exactly this restoration of the religious order meant. We see now the Santihuam Anyasn, as you can see, a eschatological text whose final redaction took place in the Islamic era, but as is often the case with Pahlavi literature from this era, it contains various literary strata from various historical periods dating back to the Sasanian era. We will hear about Zand a lot in this presentation. The Zand as a genre is a commentary on the Avesta. Right now, the most notable example that we have on our end is the Pahlavi translation and commentary of the Avesta. But there were presumably various other kinds of various exegetical schools that were competing with institutional Zoroastrianism, including Mazdakism. Immediately after the end of the Mazdakite revolt, Khusrau calls a council of high clergymen and he orders them to keep the teaching of the Avestan text and Zand inside the priestly class. So we can see here, once the course Mazdak, son of Bamdad, the adversary of the religion, appeared, his followers brought detriment to the religion of the Yazad. And so Khusrau of Immortal Soul summoned all these high clergymen and he asked an agreement from them. Do not keep these yasnas in concealment, but do not teach the Zand outside of your offspring. They made the agreement with Khusrau. And so there's the importance to safeguard the Zand within an accepted orthodoxical tradition. Next, well, you have heard Dr. Vassalli's presentation about the Denkard, book 7, but I assume you have a general idea of the Denkard in general. The fourth book, again, contains various components. The first half, which is what we will see now, is a narration of the history, the transmission of the Avestan text, merging legendary and historical accounts. Of course, there is the story of the Avestan texts that were destroyed by Alexander, but probably a legendary story. The interesting part is here a fragment that might be dated directly to Husserl's reign, because as Bartolome pointed out, he's referred to as him by this Lord, and he does not have his usual epithet Anoshagruan or Anoshirwan, which is possibly posthumous. So there's a good chance that this was written during his reign. And so he pretty much repeats what we already seen in the Zandi Huaman Yasn. And if we command through our highest wish, all the clergymen who are more perceptive, noble, of good character and virtuous, should carefully reason over the Avesta and the Zand over and over again, and through merit increase their understanding obtained from it towards the knowledge of the world. And a similar message is repeated also in the book 3 of the Denkard, where there is a series of advices from Husserl, where again he stresses the importance of the study of the hymns. Dr. Vassalli has already told you about this passage of the Pahlavi Videbdat, so I will not, it makes no sense to repeat myself, to repeat this passage again. But I will just mention that the dating for the Pahlavi Videbdat, as you can perhaps read in this work that I mentioned here by Cantera, the mention of Mazdak is the terminus postquem, and there are good arguments to be made that at least for this component, which might be the oldest of the surviving translation of the Avestan, might be dated for the most part to Husserl's reign. And some of these sound authors that are mentioned in the commentary, not only in the Videbdat but in other portions, happen to have the same names of some of the clergymen that we saw in the Zandi Woman Yas. Is it a coincidence? Maybe or maybe not, but it's interesting. And in the original Videbdat, the Avestan Videbdat, this passage is about the importance of avoiding fasting and avoiding vegetarianism, because the vitalistic approach of Zoroastrianism does not contemplate fasting. It sees it as a waste of vital energy. And so I thought that there could be a polemic vein in this in this particular translation. So Mazdak is as you already saw, the unrighteous heretic who does not eat. Could be a reference to this hypothetical vegetarianism of the Mazdakites, which is in fact disputed. But I will not repeat the text again. What interests me is the translation choice that was made by the authors of the Zand. The Avestan original contains the word ancharastatem, translated as Akhwarish, he who does not eat. Here I follow Bartolome's suggestion, which is again right, that the word should be amended in Ankwarasat with the initial H, which would be a reflex cognate of the Vedic Sasvar, which means to be hidden, to do something in a hidden way, and the verb sta, which would mean he who stands hidden. Now, the interesting thing is that most manuscripts do not have the initial H, and by the time Gellner made this edition, it was present in only 2 Iranian manuscripts. However, after Gellner made this edition, more manuscripts have surfaced, particularly from the Iranian tradition, which have a tendency to be more phonetically conservative, and there are more manuscripts that have an initial H. So there is a good argument to be made that it could be amended to this form. The Pahlavi commentators might have made this mistake because they associated it with the root huar, to eat, simply because of sound phonetic association. Whether this was a mistake in good faith or a purposefully misleading translation, the commentators use this to polemize against the Mazdakites. So this religious and ideological battle was still in place even in the Zand themselves. We have seen the message to the religious institutions. Now we see the political message both to the nobles and to the general populations. We have here the very famous letter of Tansar, currently exists only in a Persian translation, but we know that it is based on a Pahlavi original. The hypothetical author is the Herbat Tansar, whose real name was probably Tosar. This is due to certain ambiguities of the Pahlavi script during Ardashir, the first reign. Now, many authors have pointed out that there are very obvious anachronisms. Of course, there are Quranic citations that were introduced by Al-Mukhaffa and Ibn Isfandiar, but beside that, there is a reference to Khusrau, so very obvious anachronism and certain geographical and historical mention that made it very likely that there was a reduction during Khusra's reign where the vast majority of this letter was produced. It is possible that there was an original letter dating to Ardashir's time, but yeah, it's not easy to distinguish which layer are authentic in this text. There is a narration of a time of intense social and religious turmoil, and also very violent turmoil, where the traditional hierarchies and social dynamics are subverted, and the king has to reestablish order through the use of extreme violence. We don't have any accounts of similar extreme turmoils during Ardashir's reign. So again, this is a rhetorical device to really talk about the Mazdakite movement during during Kawad's reign and Khusrau's intervention. We have here Mary Boyce's translation. So when corruption became rough and men ceased to submit to religion, reason, or the state, all sense of values disappeared. I will abridge a little bit. There is a complete reversal of all traditional social dynamics. Our companion became a foe. He was our follower thought to be followed, and he was a servant thought to be served. The slaves ruffled it over their masters, and wives laid command upon their husbands, which might be a reference to the polemic against the Mazdakite practice around marriages and the status of women. And then we have the intervention of the king. For you must know that the commands given by the King of Kings for occupying people with their own tasks and restraining them from those of others are for the stability of the world and order in the affairs of men. Punishment and bloodshed among people of this kind, even if of a practicality that seems to have no bound, is recognized by us as life and health, like the rain which quickens the earth and the sun which gives it help and the wind which increases its spirit. For in days to come, the foundation of state and religion will be in every way strengthened through this, and the more the punishment inflicts to make each state return to its own sphere, the more praise it will receive. So the use of violence there's not even an attempt to dissimulate it. It is entirely justified and reinforced through an ideological and religious structure. In the text, in the portion that I not put here, there are multiple references to the four social classes and the importance to restore them to achieve a balance in the state. And so we see now a parallel with something that Professor Schindel said before, the way in which Khusrau was very well versed in propaganda and the way he used Ardashir's image for this propaganda. So we see this here in the literary equivalent of what was said before. There are mentions of texts apparently attributed to Ardashir, but like the case of Letter of Tansar, they are probably later redactions or reworking. Again, we cannot know for sure if there was any genuine work attributed to him. Another famous example, the Testament of Ardashir. Again, very similar narrative to the letter. The heirs of the king are asked to reestablish the order of the religion and four social classes without hesitating in the use of violence. Here in this French translation by Grignansky, he among you, the heirs of Ardashir, will find their subject when their affairs are starting to become neglected, when they're divided in matters of religion, the classes opposed one another, and the order abandoned, must find the force to resist them, and has the duty to win by force their weakness and seize the opportunity to take them by the throat before they take him by the throat. And he must never say, I'm afraid of using violence. Here we have mentions of the pseudo-Ardashirs, we could call them. In the first Nama, a historiographical work in Persian language from the 12th century, Khusrau produces a supposed testament of Ardashir, which could be the same testament that we just saw. When kingship was bestowed upon Khesra Nushirwan the Just, Khesra is an Arabicized version of Khusrau, he brought forth the testament of Ardashir, son of Babak, and fulfilled his will that is therein contained. And this repeated pattern, this practice of circulation of pseudo-Ardashirs is mentioned by Eutychius of Alexandria, who was a Christian patriarch who wrote an Arabic chronicle. Immediately after defeating a group of Mazdakites, Khusrau starts circulating these books. Khesra dispatched a group of, here they are called Mardakites because of a corruption, orthographical corruption, but they are Mazdakites. He took out the books of Ardashir containing the story of his life, which may also be a reference to the Karnamag of Ardashir, and he forced the people to follow his example, and he proclaimed them in public to the community, or maybe a more literal translation of the Arabic word would be to the horizon or to the distant lands. So we have seen in this text one thing above all is that Khusrau, whatever his merits might have been as a ruler, was extremely well versed in literary propaganda, was well aware of the importance of the literary medium. And the increase in literary production during his reign was well suited to his political agenda, which in his early years was presumably primarily focused on managing the aftermath of the Mazdakite movements. And so again, the points that we have seen, managing and restricting the access of the sacred texts among the priestly class against the spread of new heresies. An intense focus on textual orthodoxy, because it is important to notice that the transmission of the Avesta was mainly oral. So perhaps in this period, it is not a coincidence that there is a renewed focus on textual transmission of these texts, possibly simultaneous to the production of the Pahlavi translation of the Avesta. So reestablishing the traditional social order and class systems, depicting it as a righteous reaction after an era of chaos and corruption. And yeah, I think reactionary is the most adequate word to describe Khusrau's policy. Legitimizing and justifying the repression of Mazdakites and any other act of intense violence perpetrated to preserve the aforementioned social order. And most interestingly, the use of Ardashir's legacy as a political tool by producing wars of propaganda attributed to the first Sasanian ruler. And so we saw at the beginning that there were three groups that Khusrau was trying to communicate to. And he managed to convey his message to these three groups, the nobility, the clergy, and the common folk. So this was a quite dense presentation because I was told to be rather quick. You can see here the bibliography of the works mentioned, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so as oftentimes happens, our graduate students have to go off to fulfill TA duties and that sort of thing. So Melissa won't be here for questions, but I'll take over this. So do we have questions? Could I present a question to the panelists? So from listening to all of your papers mutually, do you think that it's time for a revision to the revision of whether Mazdak existed or not, or to what extent?
Mike.
Yeah, I'll defer first and foremost to our scholars of Zoroastrianism, and then I can offer my cynicisms. I would defer first to Professor Tali, and I defer to Lorenzo as well.
No, I
I'll
agree.
take the third.
It's time maybe to review the general, also the Pahlavi literature. Different way.
Pahlavi sources is a closed system. Versus the historical.
But we can read the Pahlavi text from different perspectives, different point of view. To find different semantic meanings.
Do you see if Lorenzo has?
I can hear you, but I'm not sure I heard the other answers.
It was just a general question on to what extent is the time ripe for a revision of our understanding of Mazdak?
Yes. It's hard to give a simple answer because I'm not entirely, I don't have an entirely clear idea on the extent of the historicity of Mazdak. Of course, it is always a good time to review current knowledge. In any case, the opinion that I have is that he exists, and I don't think he was a historiographical fabrication. But perhaps his role in the turmoils during Kawaz's reign were a bit more nuanced. I think the most lucid contribution was the one by Patricia Crone in 1991, where she reviewed all the available data from the various historiographical traditions, and she made the case of revaluing what was Mazdak's role in those turmoil and what exactly the Mazdakites believed in. I don't agree with everything that Patricia Crone had said, but yes, I think it's an extremely valuable contribution.
All right, now I can contribute to the question. I think I will say the answer is rather simple. Yes. Since when did Nolde K publish that translation? We're probably almost exactly 150 years since.
Or do you want to come up here to?
Sit down? Sure. I usually just rely on being loud and projecting, but let me stand in front of the microphone.
Hear you.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. In response to that question about whether it's time to reevaluate the historicity of Mazdak, I think as we draw into at least a century and a half since the introduction of Mazdak into sort of the broader academic corpus and discussion of late antique Iranian historiography, I'll echo my co-panelists, it's never a bad time to review the evidence, but Mazdak is so unique and so, I think, an enduring point of fascination in late antique Iranian history because Mazdak in this episode in history is a cipher. So for scholars, I briefly alluded to this in the beginning of my talk, but for scholars of the Soviet Orientalist tradition, he was a pre-modern communist, and it let them explore the concept of like, okay, could you exist outside of this sort of stagism described by Engels and Marx, and then later elaborated by Stalin. And for folks who have focused on the reconstructing the belief system of the Mazdakites, such as Wolfram Madelung and Patricia Crone, Mazdak serves as is sort of this point of remarkable origin for a whole ecosystem of heterodox beliefs that you can tease out of the heresiographical histories of the early and middle Islamic world. And so I don't want to just blame simply trying to cut through the issue here with saying that Mazdak didn't exist, but I think we can pretty safely say that, and actually to make an allusion back to Professor Branscome's talk, there is Mazdak, the historical figure, and there is Mazdak, the literary figure, and they are clearly different and distinct, and they clearly serve different purposes. And the degree to which we want to intermingle or seek a sense of congruence between aspects of the two, whether we want to embrace a duophysite or a meophysite approach to Mazdak, I think it's still an open question. I know as sort of as the vulgar historian on the panel, I'm inclined to think of a pretty quotidian and material interpretation. Again, that I think Professor Branscome alluded to, which is we know in the reign of Peroz that there's a significant drought. We know it affects almost certainly the agrarian economy of the Sasanian Empire. We know subsequently that the long 6th century is indeed a time of crisis. There's no real indication that there's a period under Sasanian rule where there is not a great difference in the stratification of wealth towards the elites and away from the poor. It presents, my apologies, I've lost my train of thought there, but it's simply say, I think future generations of scholars will likely continue this unless we magically find either further Middle Persian text or roughly contemporaneous Syriac material. We're likely to continue working this around in our head. And as we develop the study of the field of Iranian studies, as we develop the field of Zoroastrian studies, as we develop a greater sense of global late antiquity, new groups of scholars are likely to bring their own agendas to the study of Mazdak and what we can take from the study of Mazdak. And I'm not sure that necessarily that's an exercise that we should avoid doing. I think each time, this is of course a very unsatisfactory answer, but I think each time we go through this exercise as a group of scholars, we get closer via the process of iteration to having a fuller, if yet still substantially incomplete understanding of this part of the late 5th and early 6th century.
We have another question for.
Yeah. Thank you. You know what I know about Mazdak is what I read. It's from mostly the opponent, and what it's written is not what he said, it's what they told him he said and he did. I want to know, how do we understand what was the real ideology and a school of thought he has, instead of reading from an enemy side that what he was?
So that is, I think, and thank you for the question. I think that's the crux of what we're trying to do. One of the fundamental problems and fundamental challenges of studying Mazdak and Mazdakism is reconstructing from a universally hostile historiography what grain of truth there is there. I mean, there's certain theoretical approaches. We can try reading against the grain to see what the sources seem to say. And at least in my project, that comes down to trying to view, are some of these, the ways that Mazdak and his movement are described, some of the accusations made against them, are these literary tropes. But in terms of trying to actually reconstruct what they believed at a cosmological level or a belief level, in terms of what, if we view Mazdak as a religious figure who was making innovative or either innovating in terms of the study of the Avestan text, it's incredibly challenging to describe from a purely hostile source environment what he could have believed, which is why, again, a sort of vulgar historical take is, in a transhistorical sense, I've tried to look at, or I'm tempted to look at, a series of similar folks who have been, or similar movements to whom similar, speaking very broadly here, similar waves of accusations, similar styles of accusations have been applied. One of the few parts of that series of 5 pages of Silvia Federici that I did not quote, she describes in the Christian context, the medieval Christian context, the idea of this liberation theology, which meant something different in 2024 than in 2004 than it means today. But this idea of popular and populist religious figures reading sacred text in a way that emphasizes equality, particularly in religions that emphasize equality. So I think there is potentially a way to at least read Mazdak that way as part of this broader sort of more egalitarian social movement where you could perhaps interpret a historical personage as a genuine advocate for the poor and for aiding the common folk of the empire. But this is, in our current source environment, admittedly a reconstruction based almost entirely upon transhistorical comparata, and again, a very insufficient answer.
So do we have any other questions? I think this is a very successful panel in terms of focusing on the primary problem of Mazdak in our conference. So I think that this, of course, can be solved, but I think that altogether it was an important consideration of what we have to work with, and I think looking forward to a step forward. So let's thank the speakers. Yeah. Hey, who's doing this one?
And everybody said,
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Thanks.
Okay, let's take our seats and begin the final session. So chairing this session is Sabina Amini, who's a PhD candidate in the Department of Art History's PhD program in Digital Studies. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our last panel. Our first speaker is Dr. Ani Honarchian. She is Assistant Professor of Early Christianity with focus on Eastern Christianity and Armenian sources. Her current book project, Woven in Silk, Paid in Blood, studies social and historical Armenian and Syriac-speaking Christians living in the frontiers and the heartland of Sasanian Iran. She was previously a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Utah in the Middle East Studies Center and at the Princeton Seeger Centers for Hellenistic Studies and the Center for the Study of Late Antiquity. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Honarchian.
Yeah, that would be black. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. And thank you, Dr. Daryaee, Dr. Cereti, Dr. Canepa, Dr. Muknat, and thank you very much, dear Ms. Akhavan, for imagining this symposium. We're very grateful. So I would like to begin with an image and 2 questions. We talked about this a lot, the burial, and why are they buried upside down? And my second question is, can Armenian sources reveal something about fiscal tension and depopulation issues that are led to a movement such as Mazdakite's movement. So in Shahnameh of Ferdowsi, we're hearing this disturbing story about the execution of Mazdak and his follower. According to the poem, King Khosrow and Shirvan invites Mazdak to this garden. So I'm reading the Persian from this manuscript because Khalid Mutlaq has a different kind of reading. به درگاه کسرای کی باغ بود که پهنای او برتر از راه بود. So the Khalid Mutlaq has بلندایان, which is, this makes better sense because Rah is a meadow, so the weight makes more sense. همیشه برگرد او کنده کرد ولی مردمان را پراکنده کرد. بکش دستشان or بکش دستشان, like the pawn is on the killing them or planting them. چون درخت ابر پای سرها در آن کنده سخت. So their feet are up, head are in the ground. The image is grotesque, but it's also revealing. These people are not simply executed, they're planted. The metaphor suggests something important about how political order was imagined. The story ends with Mazdak death and with a revealing statement. از آن پس بکشتش به باران تیر, with arrows he killed them. بگرد با هوشی راه مزدک مگیر. So do not follow his path. بزرگان شدن ایمن از خواسته, زن و زاده و باغ آراسته. So they're securing their property, in their children, in their wives, and in their beautiful gardens. This imagery invites us to think about the Sasanian Empire as something like a cultivated landscape, which both Professor Daryaee and Canepa worked on. But a garden is always vulnerable to disorder. If irrigation fails, crops die. If balance of the landscape collapsed, the entire system begins to unravel. But what was Mazdak proposing? This is all very post-positivism, like reading Ferdowsi as he knows anything, but bear with me. So this is what, according to Ferdowsi, what he's proposing, which is there's too many demons, there's too many devs, we have to come up with a bit better system. There are 5 main demons, Rashko, Kino, Khashmo, Niyaz, and they all boil down to Oz, which is this greed. So anger, like hatred, all of this boils down to one thing, that is greed. And this greed is over Danu Khaste. If we give these people, put them in, and then beyond, put them in the middle and share them, it's good for Dina Behi, which is like the good religion. So Mazdak's argument is that these demons emerge when wealth and women become unevenly distributed, when a small number of men monopolize property and marriage alliances, and others are excluded and priced out of marriage. And if you cannot get married, you cannot have children, and then you will have depopulation. It's clear logic. And then this social resentment and unrest follows. Whether or not this reflects Mazdak's actual teaching, or even the guy existed or not, the narrative frames social crisis in a language of cosmic disorder. To understand this language, we need to consider the broader Zoroastrian worldview, and there's some intertextuality between this idea of leaves and garden and all of this with Zoroastrianism. So here you can see some of these demons are connected to unpleasantness, like laziness, sloth, greed, sexual transgression that does not end up in children. So you can have all sorts of fun, but ideally not just have children. Zoroastrian cosmology imagined the world as a struggle between two forces of mass, truth, order, and creation, while Akhavan embodies deception, destruction, and chaos, and these demons are in kind of doing the Akhavan's job for him. This cosmic dualism is not abstract. It is in royal propaganda. This is Akhavan under the feet of Ormaz, and this is Ardavan under the feet of Ardashir. And I cannot believe I'm saying this in front of all these art historians that know in and out of every rock relief.
but bear with me. The body itself is understood as a site of both good and evil. One visible sign of this properly ordered subject of the Sasanian is this koshtik, the belt, the sacred belt worn across the waist, and modern Zoroastrian wear it apparently 3 times around their waist. The belt divides the body symbolically into 2 realms, the upper part associated with light and order, and the lower part associated with darkness and disorder. In texts such as Sham Kostik, the act of tying the belt marks the beginning of a disciplined action. Even kamar bastan means like just get ready to work. And the body becomes the site of ritual vigilance. If you look at most of the manuscript, the demons are wearing always like little skirts, and usually they do not have belts. Sometimes they have a rope around themselves, but men are then, like Tahmuret, he is wearing proper belt. And it's a sign of like not knowing what's good, what's bad, and demons don't. They just are in a state of mixture. This logic then extends to everyday life and the advent of the literature around how to be, such as Menuge Kherat, Shayes Nashayes, Vendidal, and the dating of this is of course up to scholars in this room, but they're post-Sasanian, but they're reflecting something about Sasanian, and they have, and in Armenian sources, I will show how they have intertextuality with Armenian sources. This is from Namak that Cheryl translated. Do not walk without tying the kushtik. The harm will come to you and your children and your animals. Do not walk with one shoe. The heavy sin will be on you, and do not pee standing up because the demon will drag you from that flow, so on and so forth. So really they're like involved with these demons are involved with every aspect of your life, and you have children. This is easier to explain to them with a demon than just like telling them the logic. But it is patronizing, let's say. The context of this, so now, if we move this cosmology to imperial policy, Armenian historians offer an important perspective on how these ideas may have been translated into practice. This brings me back into the main kind of point of this talk, which is Armenian sources. And the context of these sources are history of 459 to 449 to 450, and during the war of Sasanian with Hephthalite, and they were trying to bring in Armenian to do what they were supposed to do, which is be part of the nobility that has to fight the frontier. Armenians are making their own pacts with Huns, and this is a time of absolute trouble for Armenians in terms of their relationship with Sasanian. We care about this, Armenians care about this time period a lot. There are 2 histories that are written about this war with the Sasanian over preserving Christianity or becoming Zoroastrian. On the one hand, we have Azar Barbati, a 5th century historian. He's very securely dated. He talks about the events from very close up. He is the foster brother of Vahan Mamikonian, who eventually will make a pact. He tries to make a pact with Pyrrhus, but then actually make a pact with Balakh in 484. And his narrative reflects the perspective of Armenian aristocracy and their political struggles within the imperial system. And then we have Yerishe, who is more difficult to date. Peter Cowie and Tim Groom would both agree that it is a later post-5th century, maybe 6th century, even late 6th century. But they never like actually could date this guy. It gives you this moral, spiritual narrative that is very much modeled after the Maccabean revolts and does not end on a pact. It just ends in a tragedy. I would like to suggest that the Yerishe text contains, so everyone agrees that Azar is first and then Yerishe borrows from him. But the problem is there are things in Khazar that are not, there are things in Yerishe outside in that dark green that they're not in Khazar. So where is he bringing this in? Where are they coming from? So I think what is happening is he's describing things that are happening during the reign of Kavad and Khosrow, which then make it sense for Mazdakite kind of movement. And he's like projecting it back to Yazgir II. So Elisha describes a man named Shabu, and he also exists in Khazar, but this task that he does is not the same. Oh, what about? Okay, he describes a moment when the Sasanian state, a man named Shabu arrived with others to conduct a census of the entire land of Armenia. This census, known as Ashkaragir, Ashkaragir, sorry, so the same site, collects, brings in everything that is usable and useless land into account. So, you cannot then forest and common land and everything that regular people can kind of enjoy now are taxed. And then he preserved a lot of technical vocabulary about taxation, about fiscal duties, such as harg, dues, mutk, which is like duty for kind of levy over a sales tax, and is very detailed in these narratives. And you do not see this in Khazar. For Yerishe, the census was not simply an administrative measure. It represented a deliberate attempt to reorganize Armenian society. And he says, if it is too expensive to remain Christian over this tax, people will convert out and become Zoroastrian. They're fighting over labor power, basically, over nobility, and nobility was wanted to please its labor power because nobility will not work and cannot work on the land. But this is a difficult dynamic that they have to kind of figure it out. And this becomes an issue in Yerishe. I want to think about this as labor intensification and pressure on this population that now is decreasing. And if this is at the time of Kavad, it is through famine and drought and all of these matters that then this can make sense that if you have less of the same people, you have to make them work more to make up for the population, and it backfires like that. Yerishe repeatedly described rural communities being worn down by economic pressure, peasants were exhausted by taxes and labor obligation, while aristocratic families were divided over their share of how much taxes they should pay. What emerged from the narrative is a picture of increasing pressure on the population. One might describe the process as, so I'm describing this as this labor intensification, and it does not just apply to taxes, but reproduction and marriages as well. So Yerishe has these 2 pages of commands that Magi imposed on Armenian, and they are missing in Khazar. Yerishe records a series of these measures. So monks and nuns who were previously did not pay taxes, they have to leave their religious garment and return to secular life. And in fact, celibacy was being dismantled in order to return this individual to the reproductive population, productive and reproductive. Christian monogamy was also challenged, according to Yerishe. Persian authorities encouraged women to take multiple wives, and then strikingly encouraged them to do chopevdad. Daughters shall be wives to fathers, sisters to brothers, so on and so forth, which is very meritorious act in Zoroastrianism, according to Mazdak, and I agree with her. So this is an Armenian text. Then there is, which is very good for the property and women. And then there is a description of good animal and bad animals. So otters are good, shanjari, which is sagilabi even for now. Foxes and hares shall not be killed, which is very vendidat. And you can see this is like Anahita, and she's throwing something for his dog. And there is a lot of discussion in Vendidat that if you kill an otter, you're punished with 10,000 lashes. Basically, you're dead. And because these cute animals are cleaning the waters, they're associated with Anahita, and if you kill them, you will bring drought to yourself. This is also in other weasels type animal, which is Qaqom in Persian. There also are given this property that they're fighting the bad animals. So you can read about this more in Andres Toledo's work, and I think Mazdak also wrote about bad animals. I haven't cited her yet. And then there are bad animals. So snakes, lizards, frogs, and they all should be collected and bring to bring forth according to the royal measure. So someone is counting these animals. This is really without 101. Also, that dough shall not be kneaded without veil and dung and pieces should not be thrown into the fire, and hands should be washed with gummies. And even now, Armenian, this is a picture of like 19th century Bospurakan region around Lake Van, and the name Bospurakan already should ring a bell, like for your sons. This is Armenian borrowing of the terms. There are people like connected to Gradoni. Women still wear and especially making bread. The big things that Azar mentioned, Yerisha mentions that Yazgir is angry about, but I think this is all Chabad, is that people are burying the dead in the ground, and stillborns, they do not regularly approach their wives and make children. And these are not by any means in main, like contemporary historians work. Azar Barbasi. He does not talk about Chovdevdat. He makes fun of the Magi for their breeding and their kind of murmuring. But other than that, we do not hear anything about them imposing anything on daily life or becoming tax collectors. This difference could be because he's writing during the time of pharaohs, and this is there was this discovery of gold mines, and this is from Geislin's kind of collection on the Ziaii collection of the seals. The seal is just one that I mean, how can we write the whole history like on one seal? But Caucasus is the gold mine of the empire. There's a lot of city names like Zarbisha, Zarivan, Zar, like in front of Armenian like city names, which shows that there is this like gold or presence of gold, or used to be gold there. So she's not off, but still I don't know how she dated, but I cannot say this is contemporary with our sources, but gold is there. The exploitation of this gold mine are often a joint venture between the local land-owning Armenian nobility, like Mamikonian, and the Sasanian royal officials, a dynamic that easily breeds suspicion, and the historian Azar Barbasi details the major political dispute over gold mines during the reign of Sasanian King Piruz and the prominent Armenian noble Akhavan Mamikonian. This is like the reading of the text, and look at her work. Later, so Akhavan Mamikonian is like in dispute with Piruz and saying that, well, I brought you all this gold, and his gold god was going to go to Huns at some point for Armenia to track Huns and like make allegiance with them, but it goes through Piruz and they make pact with the Sasanians. So this discovery of gold may be the reason that Armenians were not highly taxed, but how much you can run an empire on gold? Like eventually you need people to work for you, you need bodies to fight for you, you need people to work the land, pay regular taxes, and I think then you will see how Chabad sensed this tragedy and either worked or imagined a Mazdak and scapegoat him, or there was a Mazdak who come up with this solution that we need to be better with regular people and give them something if we want children from them. Armenian sources begin to reflect the world under increasing demographic strain. None of these sources mention Mazdak, but they show the strain. Labor demands, conflict among aristocratic houses, and point toward a deeper instability within the imperial system. It is precisely in this context as Mazdakite movement emerges, and Sasanian run into this as well. Mazdak critique of the concentration of wealth and women among the aristocracy can therefore be understood as a response to the same social tension that Armenian historians describe from the margin of the empire. To conclude, we return to the image, which I believe, again, I promised you some solution. So suspense is building. According to Bondahesh, the first human pair, Mashiach and Mashiach, emerged from the plant. resembling rhubarb, ribas, and they grow from the seed of Mars. Human life was imagined as form of cultivation, the multiplication of bodies that strengthen the good creation of mass. In Ferdowsi's story, I think he's doing a dark parody. However, the ribas are themselves planted back into the earth, kind of reversing the creation. It's a grotesque garden, but I don't know, when I was writing this, it makes sense. The image suggests that the restoration of imperial order requires the violent replanting of those who threaten the structure of the property, lineage, and reproduction. They harm the cosmological obligation that was tied to the stability of the empire itself, and a dark parody, and Shiravan here is trying to reverse this effect. With that, I want to end my talk and thank you all for coming with me this wild ride. I'm not accepting any questions.
Let's take questions at the end.
Yeah. Layah? Is Domenico?
Agostini.
Hello.
It could be online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nico.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Give us 1 minute.
I would like to share my presentation, PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
How about now?
Can I? Can you see? And
Yes.
very well. If I'm changing the slide, can you see the change?
Yes.
Perfect. We are ready. Thank you for your invitation. I very much wish.
Make it full screen. Full screen.
Full screen. Just a moment. Here it is. Is it okay?
No.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Introduce.
Great. I changed, everything is fine. Okay. Thank you for your invitation. I very much wish I could be present, but unfortunately March brought to Rome not only heavy rain, but also a series of unexpected complications. For this reason, I'm talking from here. I'm talking from the future because here is already Saturday night, morning, let's say like this. So today I will talk a bit about the figure of Mazdak in Iranian apocalyptic and Zoroastrian apocalyptic literature. Of course, given the time, I will give some observation that I would like to develop in the future article related to this promising and very good, very nice conference. So shortly after settling on the title of my paper, I realized that the name of Mazdak appears predominantly in passages characterized by a distinctly apocalyptic or pseudo-prophetic tone, often marked by strong social, political, and religious overtones. Within this textual milieu, Mazdak is incorporated into the Iranian and Zoroastrian apocalyptic imagination as one among several disruptive figures whose memory is refracted through later polemical and eschatological frameworks. His historical activity was gradually subsumed into broader apocalyptic schemata, so that the remembrance of his allegedly subversive actions, both in the period in which he was believed to have lived and the later literary elaborations, left a clear imprint on the redactional strata of 9th-10th century Zoroastrian apocalyptic literature. In this text, Mazdak becomes integrated into a wider eschatological narrative structures characteristic of the genre. The passage under consideration situates Mazdak within an apocalyptic historiographical framework in which historical memory is reorganized according to schematic temporal models. In this perspective, the association of Mazdak with the reign of Khosrow I acquires particular significance. In the Zand-Wahman Yazn 328, the mention of Mazdak appears within the well-known schema that divides the millennium of Zoroaster into successive metallic ages, each representing a progressive decline of the world and of the religious order. Within this symbolic chronology, the reign of Khosrow I is associated with the Steel Age, a penultimate phase immediately preceding the final era dominated by demonic forces and culminating in the collapse of Iran-Shah. The text emphasizes that during this period, the king, I quote, keeps away from this religion the accursed Mazdak, son of Bambat, adversary of the religion, transforming a historical or pseudo-historical episode, the suppression of the Mazdakite movement, into a moment of cosmic significance. Mazdak thus appears not merely as an historical dissenter, but as a paradigmatic antagonist of the good religion, whose emergence marks a decisive stage in the degeneration of the present world age. When this passage is read alongside the chronological construction of the Bundaizhno and Denkar 7, it becomes clear that the late Zoroastrian tradition systematically integrated the memory of Mazdak into a broader apocalyptic periodization. While the Bundaizhno organizes universal history through the 6 millennia of the material world, the Gedig, and the Zand-Wahman Yazn distributes events across metallic ages, Denkar 7, for example, adopts yet another framework structuring sacred history around centuries. In this scheme, the apocalyptic narrative concentrates especially on the 9th and 10th centuries, two sharply differentiated phases within the final stages of the cosmic cycle. In this context, the repeated reference in Denkar 7 to the enemies of Iran, frequently designed by the binomial Turks and Romans, has often been interpreted as reflecting the geopolitical realities of the late Sasanian period. Although such references may evoke the reign of Khosrow II, these powers, of course, were already formidable adversaries, hereditable adversaries, during the reign of Khosrow I. Significantly, in the Denkard 7, 22, 28, Massimiliano, of course, said very interesting things about it. I agree with him, gives particular prominence to the rise of the Mazdakite heresy and to its violent suppression under Khosrow I. Read within the text apocalyptic chronology, this emphasis suggests that the 9th century of the millennial schema may implicitly correspond to the historical horizon of the 6th century, a period marked both by internal religious crisis and by external military pressure. Within this constellation of traditions, Mazdak assumes a role that extends far beyond that of his historical rebel or reformer. He becomes a typological antagonist embedded in the scatological imagination of late Zoroastrian literature. His appearance signals a moment in which the cosmic struggle between order and disorder manifests itself with human history. By situating Mazdak with the Steel Age of the Zand-Wahman Yazn within the apocalyptic centuries of the Denkard, the tradition transforms a specific historical conflict into a symptom of the war's progressive deterioration during the final phases of the Zoroaster millennium. At the same time, the narrative role assigned to Khosrow I is equally revealing. The king appears as a restorer of orthodoxy, a political order whose defeat of Mazdak symbolically postpones the final collapse of the Iranian world. In the logic of apocalyptic historiography, the suppression of the Mazdakites represents a temporary reassertion of cosmic order within an otherwise irreversible trajectory of decline. The episode, therefore, acquires a dual significance. It testifies both to the growing presence of forces hostile to the good religion and to the continuing capacity of a legitimate kingship to defend the religious community, even as the final crisis approaches. From a traditional historical perspective, the integration of Mazdak into this chronological schemata illustrates how the late Zoroastrian redactors reinterpreted recent historical events through the lens of apocalyptic expectation. The memory of the Mazdakite movement, initially a complex social and religious phenomenon of the late Sasanian period, was reframed as an episode within the larger drama of cosmic history. Mazdak thus came to occupy a stable position within the narrative architecture of Zoroastrian apocalyptic literature, not merely as an heresiarch, but as one of the emblematic adversaries whose appearance signals the final stages of the present age and anticipate the ultimate eschatological resolution, as clearly stated, for example, in the Denkard 3, chapter 345, in which he appears to be one of the greatest three heretics of Zoroaster millennium. Other Middle Persian sources portray the movement associated with Mazdak not only as a doctrinal deviation, but more importantly, as a profound disruption of social and familiar order. In Zoroastrian historiographical memory, Mazdak's activity under Kawad I is framed as a threat to the foundation of society, property, lineage, and the structure of household. The polemical narrative repeatedly emphasizes that the Mazdak teaching introduced a system in which women, children, and goods were held in common, thereby undermining the normative organization of family and inheritance. This interpretation is clearly expressed in the Bundaij 33-24, which recounts that during Kavad's reign, Mazdak established a new law, deceived the king, and ordered that women, children, and property be held in common and shared. The passage presents these measures as direct assault on the Mazdian religion and social order, a situation that persisted until the intervention of Khosrow I, who executed Mazdak and restored the Mazdian den. Within this narrative framework, Mazdakism becomes emblematic of a temporary inversion of the proper cosmic and social order, subsequently corrected through royal and religious authority. A similar emphasis appears in Denkard 7:24-25, where the Mazdakites are described as heretics of heretics and portrayed as fundamentally incapable of understanding justice. The text highlights what it presents as their subversion of genealogical norms. They are said to claim that descent is determined through the mother, and the multiple, like wolves, an image suggesting uncontrolled reproduction, but also very common element to describe a evil apocalyptic era in some Pahlavi text. For example, in the chapter that I called A of the Jamas Namag, of the Ayadagari-i Jamaspik, related mostly to the eras of Ushedar and Ushedar-Mar, these two obscure last 2 millennia of the cosmic history. Even more striking is the accusation that they commodify familiar relations, treating marriage and offspring as objects of exchange. Such statements are clearly polemical, yet they reveal the central axis of the critique. Mazdakism is depicted as dissolving the moral legal boundaries separating kinship, property, and commerce. A closely related motif, for example, appears in Zoroastrian apocalyptic literature. For example, in the Jamasnamag 16:8, one finds the striking image that in times of profound disorder, a mother will sell her daughter for a price, a motif that also appears in parallel form in the Denkard 7 in the previous passage we saw. Although sometimes interpreted as reflecting the upheavals following the Arab conquest, the broader context suggests that it belongs instead to a widespread apocalyptic topos across many late antique eschatological traditions, the breakdown of familial bonds, parents abandoning or selling their children, children rebelling against parents, functions as a conventional sign of the collapse of moral order preceding the restoration of cosmic justice. When such an imagery is applied to Mazdakites, it serves rhetorically to portray their movement as an anticipation or embodiment of this apocalyptic disorder. The dissolution of property, the uncertainty of lineage, and the commodification of family relations together depict a world in which the normative structure of society have been overturned. Zoroastrian polemical literature thus constructs Mazdakism not merely as heterodoxy, again, but as a moment of radical social inversion, threatening both the religious community and the familiar order on which it depended. A further dimension of this tradition deserves attention. Both the Zandi Bahman Yazn and the Bundaizn appear to incorporate elements reflecting later historical developments, especially those connected with the revolt of Babak Khurrami and his red cap followers in the 9th century. In the Bundaizn 3329, a group marked by red banners is said to seize parts of Iran and weaken the Arabs, while in the Zandi Bahman Yazn 6.3, similarly refers to forces distinguished by red caps, red armor, and red banners appearing after the period symbolized by the Abbasid black sign. These motifs correspond closely to the movement associated with Babak, whose uprising in northwestern Iran challenged Abbasid authority and drew upon religious currents later linked to Mazdakites' idea. The continuation of the narrative in the Zandi Bahman Yazn 6.4 appears to allude more specifically to the events surrounding the campaign culminating in the devastation of Zibatra in 837, as argued by convincingly by Touraj Daryaee, when the Byzantine army, reportedly accompanied by red-clad insurgents, captured the city. The text vividly emphasizes the imagery of redness pervading both landscape and sky. Yet the two Zoroastrian works frame the episode differently. In the Bundaizn, the appearance of the red banner forces is implicitly favorable, since it weakens the Arabs, whereas in the Zandi Bahman Yazn, the same development forms part of a darker apocalyptic sequence following the rise of the Abbasid rule. This divergence may point to different Zoroastrian circles interpreting the event within distinct eschatological frameworks. Taken together, these passages suggest that later historical upheavals could be absorbed into older apocalyptic narrative structures, allowing figures such as Mazdak to function as enduring typological symbols of religious and social crisis. In conclusion, the passages examined here indicate that the memory of Mazdak underwent a substantial reinterpretation within the late Zoroastrian literary culture. What may originally have been remembered as a complex socio-religious movement of the late Sasanian period was progressively reframed through apocalyptic or pseudo-prophetic narratives. In texts such as the Ziaii-Bigdeli, the Bundaizh, the Denkard, Mazdak ceases the function merely as an historical dissenter, instead becomes a typological adversary, whose appearance marks a decisive phase in the degeneration of the current world. This transformation reflects a broader mechanism characteristic of Zoroastrian apocalyptic historiography, their interpretation of historical crises within a pre-structured cosmic chronology. By situating the suppression of Mazdak under Khosrow I within the declining stages of Zoroaster's millennium, the tradition integrates a specific political and religious conflict into the larger drama of cosmic decline preceding the final restoration of order. At the same time, polemical depiction of Mazdakite practices, especially the alleged dissolution of familial and social norms, portray the movement as a tangible manifestation of the forces threatening the good religion in the last phases of history. Equally revealing is the capacity of this apocalyptic framework to absorb and reinterpret later events. The imagery of red banners and red-clad forces preserved in both the Bundaizh and the Zandi-Wahmaniyaz strongly suggests that the memory of the revolt of Babak Khorrami was incorporated into this text. Episodes from the 9th century could thus be integrated into older eschatological schemes, originally structured around the Sasanian past. Within this longue durée narrative, Mazdak emerges not simply as a figure of the 6th century, but as a recurring symbol of social and religious upheaval. His memory functions as a narrative hinge between history and eschatology, enabling a successive generation of Zoroastrian authors to interpret new crises through the familiar language of an apocalyptic past. Thank you very much.
Where's your power? There's some Mazdak. There's a lot of Mazdak.
No. سبزه.
Too many Mazdak today, so
اجازه میدی شما معرفی کنم؟
بله من دو تا فیلم هم دارم.
Our next speaker is Professor Touraj Daryaee, Professor of History and Mass Teacher in Persian Studies at the University of California, Irvine, and he's also the director of Samuel Jordan Center for Persian Study and also the current president of the Encyclopedia Iranica Foundation. I will refrain from saying too much about him because I just like everyone knows him.
Thank you. Merci, Major. Thank you. The lightest talk, last but not least. So, first of all, Nastaran, again, thank you for bringing us together. My talk, as you can see, is really curious. And I would like to talk about this sect or group called the Mazdasnan, which I call the curious case of Neo-Mazdakites in Southern California. After all, we have to make some connections. And does it go down? Geçeceğiz değil mi de? Okay, thank you. I apologize. So 2-3 years ago, I did a chapter for the Cambridge History of Socialism on Mazdak and late antique socialism. Although I told the editor, this is really doesn't make sense. It's kind of, but he said, no, please, everybody thinks of it, and please give us some literature, not only what you will write on Mazdak, but its resonance and sort of, effect on others. So in that article, I briefly talked about actually Mazdak and its impact on North Africa in the 20th century. It's really interesting that in Algeria and in Egypt, with Abdel Latif al-Sultani in 1974, but earlier on with the Grand Mufti of Egypt, where there were nativist movements, mainly Islamic, and some nationalists and less Islamic. They blamed the Communist Party of both parties and their movements as being Mazdakites. So this is, I guess, it's not an isolated, 6th century event, but something that it seems to have affected the North Africans in some very interesting way. And so what I try to do here, rather than talking about more Mazdak in the context of its late antique or early medieval period, is to see the resonance or the possible resonance of these Mazdakites, if they are Neo-Mazdakites. And so it brought me to the study of Mazdasnan. Mazdasnan, its founder, seems to have been was a person called Ernst Otto Hanisch, in the 19th, born in the 19th century, born in Posen. And he seems to have attached himself to various religious groups and had moved at the turn of the century to Chicago. And it was only a few years after that he takes the new name of Ottoman Zardosht Hanisch. And obviously the term Mazdasnan, which according to them means master thought, has strong sort of at least affinities or attempts to make connections to Mazdaism and to Zoroastrianism. Hanisch, in fact, is credited with his loose and free translation into English of the two important Western prayer of the Yatahu Navario and the Asham Vohu, with song. And you can see one of the sheets of this Mazdasnan that was published in early 20th century. Mazda, our leader, Mazda, our master, but there are other ones. So he would translate them and people would sing along and become quite affected by it, apparently. I should thank Michael Stausberg for his important article and for sending it to me, which he has discussed these matters. But what else can we say about Mazdasnan, which they take probably from this Middle Persian Mazdis, Mazda worshiper, and that's how this Mazdasnan probably comes about. In their mythology and belief, Otto Hanisch believed that their patron was a deity called Anahita, which he writes as Aina Ahita, who according to him was blue-eyed girl of 10, dressed in white, girdled with kusti, and regularly saying her patets. So there seems to be some knowledge here that knows what a kusti is, the sacred girdle that was just discussed here, as well as having your confessions, the Zoroastrian confessions, and giving your patet. So it seems to be some knowledge, at least, of this past Zoroastrian tradition in late 19th century Europe, early 20th century US. But Otto Hanisch also claimed something else that actually made the Parsis in India become interested in him. In fact, this is Ardashir Sorabji Wadia of Pune, who introduced and talked about Hanisch as having been born in Russia, and when he was a child of 3 or 4 years old, he had come to the hand of a secret fold of Zoroastrians in the highlands of Iran. Really nice myth sort of being grafted here. These people trained him up in the secrets of its ancient lore. And when he was 17 and 18, they sent him abroad to preach their doctrine. So this seems to be really a sort of a nice sort of early training. That's why you should be knowing in the Zoroastrian religion. Now, if you go parallel, I would like to also look at earlier period as well. In the Encyclopedia of Islam edition of 2, my own teacher, Michael Morney, who updated Guidi's entry on the Mazdakia, the sect of Mazdak, they cite still that until recent times, at least there are the discussions or speaking of places such as Rudbar and Ghazvin, where there are villages that supposedly still have quasi-Mazdakite beliefs. It needs to be checked, of course, but that's what the Encyclopedia of Islam and Michael Morney suggest. So there seems to be, and I don't want to make the connection, but in Iran there are modern Mazdakites. He claimed that he was trained there and he came back. And then they moved to Los Angeles. And from Chicago to Los Angeles in 1908, I found their address, 1159 South Norton Avenue in LA. And they continued their publication, the journal that continued to be published until the 1960s, called the Mazdak. Okay, so really interesting, some sort of a quasi-Zoroastrianism being presented in the all the way there. But he had other collaborators, and I think the connection was dietary, and that's what sort of put everybody together. This Swiss gentleman, David Amann, who also moved to Cahuenga, California, but back and forth, had met Ottoman Zarathustra in 1904 in Chicago. And Amann, the Swiss-born Amann from Schaffenhausen, states, finally, I had found what I had sought in vain my whole life, the union of vegetarianism and religion, as well as all branches of life and all systems, a harmonious, whole, and unsurpassed educational system in both the individual and humanity. So there were people who were really awestruck by meeting Zarathustra, but he was not the only one. We find that one of the important early teachers of the Bauhaus, Johannes Eaton, who's credited for important work on art, I think, and color, if I'm not mistaken, our art historians can tell us, but became an ardent follower of the Mazdasnan, who taught regularly breathing techniques and promoted vegetarianism. And so he had followers of, interesting people all around. Because of this popularity, Mazdasnan also grew again in Europe, mainly in Austria and in Germany and in other places, including England. And there were societies established either under the name of the Mazdasnan or the Zarathustra Society, which began in Leipzig in 1907. And they began establishing Mazdasnan temple associations all over the place. Can I show a 1-minute video from this? Can somebody help me? Really? Just start from 450 to just 1 minute. I want you to see one of the followers, one of the old followers of Mazdasnan, what they said about Ottoman.
Not connected to the internet.
If it's not, that's fine. I don't need to. That's fine. Is this it? Thank you.
Just let me. Have to all this 4:30.
So this is one of the follow. I'll just show you. Yeah, that's good.
Just let me
That's good.
make sure to share it on the Zoom.
Cool. I can get that. They're dressed in white, so that also. That's Autohanish, teaching exercises. I won't do that again. Took so many steps. Sorry. So it seems to have been quite popular, and again, I got stuck. I mean, I just
Make it quick. Put a mouse. And then do it. Nope. You did something else.
Okay, thank you. And oh, you did something bad here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. While Otto Hanisch dies, Frida Amann becomes a successor to the Mazdasnan movement. The pillar that you see is the remaining pillar in the city of Norco, which is about 40 minutes away from us, of the Mazdasnan temple, where she was leading the community as Mother Superior and sometimes as ambassador to Europe until her death in 1955. And you could see again the reading. And their move to LA had a big sort of impact. People wrote about it in various ways. LA becomes Mecca for strange cults. So some people who took a negative, they said, okay, this is a cult. He himself in the Society Notices would say, Reverend Dr. Ataman Zartosht Anish Kalantar of Zoroastrian communities and the Mazdasnan temple in America will speak. So he followed, of course, his sort of Zoroastrian sort of tradition. And here's are some clippings of the Temple of the Sun, as the temples were called, and all sorts of forms of worship and breathing exercises that he was giving. This is the best picture that I can find of the Temple of the Sun, and as well as something that seems to have existed here as the Temple of the Sun in California, in Southern California. And there were multiple temples, obviously. Now, what does this have to do with Mazdakites? Nothing really, except Colin Spencer, in his book in 1995, The Heretic's Feast, discusses that Ottoman Hanish was keen on actually reviving this movement of Mazdak as the Mazdastan in America. And it seems that it's this vegetarianism or sort of some sort of prohibition against eating meat was at least the point. Unfortunately, Spencer died 2 years ago. Otherwise, I needed to track him down and get more information. As he wrote in this book, A History of Vegetarianism, The Heretic's Feast, and there's the mention of Ottoman Zarathustra and Mazdak in terms of their connections. Again, I'm not sure, but I think it's an interesting sort of a work. And so I went to the Mazdastan dietary books. They have an important book that every follower read. It's called the Mazdastan Encyclopedia of Dietetics and Home Cookbook. And it's there that clearly the only sort of type of food that is negated or it says it's not illicit, if you want to say it's not good, is meat. And there's a 1-page. That meat is not food for man, needs not to be forcibly presented to the cultured and intellectual mind. Flesh eating is a remnant of man's bygone barbarism, which should be long forgotten. And by the way, you could find Mazdastan choppers for nuts and vegetables as well for sale. I just wanted to see what kind of sort of things were going on. If I just wanted to go back, it's interesting that already Mansour Shaki in the 1970s, who worked on Pahlavi texts, had already suggested that the Mazdakites, in some ways, were, in terms of their eating habits, they abstained from meat. And that was part of the sort of reaching their spiritual path. Dan Shapira, in an article, has suggested that, in fact, the Mazdakites, in their lost Pahlavi version of the Yasna 29, the complaint of the soul of the cow, had already made the interpolation of eating meat is haram, right? And is that or illicit, right? And so this is part of this Yasna 29 of the lament of the soul of the cow, which is a famous Gatha, one of the Yasnas of Zarathustra. And the idea is that there's a Pahlavi translation and then a Mazdakite commentary, which we can't find right now because it's missing. However, so you can see I'm making a digression. I'm much interested in Ahmad Tafazzoli's article, Observation sur la soit descente Mazdak Namak, which for a long time we thought there may have been a Mazdak Name, or at least a reference to it, which Tafazzoli suggests that it didn't exist. It's interesting that a number of long and interesting, relatively long observations on the Mazdakites are available to us from the Persian sources. Of course, the most important one are the chapters in Siyasatname of Nizam al-Mulk, which Arya is laughing because we've had very long discussions here with the late Sayyid Jawad Tabatabai, who we talked about the tone of this chapter versus the rest of the Siyar al-Mulk of Nizam al-Mulk's work, Siyasatname. The tone is different. And the suggestion is that, in fact, this, although it takes a negative view of the Mazdakite, it is based on some sort of a knowledge of a Mazdak Namak. The information is really interesting, it's detailed, and it's quite long. And this chapter doesn't fit within the work of the, actually, Siyasatname. Tabatabai actually suggested to us that this may have been actually his secretary or undersecretary after he died, that this was amended. But also those who deal with Zoroastrian texts, they know that in the Persian Revayat, there's a very interesting chapter on a Mazdak that has been translated into English once by the Parsis, but I think it needs to be looked upon in tandem with the Siyasatname. So that is my excursion into the past. say something about Mazdak himself. But the Mazdasnan didn't die in 1955 in Norco. There was a dissertation, Juliana Smart, that has written about this fellow called C. Leon the Aryan, who seems to have been born in Romania and moved to the US and worked for Hanish. And he continued that tradition, but in a newspaper called The Broom. And as you can see, the titles, Aryans Don't Promote War with Russia. What happened was Mr. Aryan was an anti-communist, a quite conservative right-wing author. And it's interesting how Mazdak is used in the discussion, both with North Africa as those who are against it because they're communists. But here are a devotee of Mazdasnan who somehow claim they have connections to Mazdak, and they're anti-Semitic, anti-communist, and so on. The Broom continues actually as well into 1953. And although we are told that the movement dies, we know that the followers of this Mazdasnan lead vegetarian congresses. Certainly in the 1950s, Gloria Gask was one of these people who followed it. And we even hear of the Mazdasnan all the way in the 1980s in Ensenada. Not Ensenada in Mexico, but Ensenada here in close to San Diego, the county you could see on the map, which is down here and here. It is there that we find the last volume of Mazdasnan published, where it says the fire has been extinguished. I still have a sense that there are still people who follow Mazdasnan. Can I just show one little 2-second video if somebody can help me? I want to use this. Click on this? No, yes. I don't think that are completely done. I think the name has changed to some extent. You know. I think these people are operating under different names, all of them have. And as I said, it was a breathing technique, exercise, vegetarianism, and so on. And I think they're still around, but let's just see. You could see on there, and this gentleman is related to one of the Mazdasnan actually early devotees. Yeah, that's
Let me share it on Zoom. Yes.
So yes, of course, now it's become a Giptische yoga with Alan Pittman, but Mr. Pittman is actually a relative of one of these Mazdasnan, so the early Mazdasnan. And as you can see, it's a breathing technique. And the Mazdasnan, in fact, you could see that they are there. And it seems that Europe actually is the place that this thing has been kept, but in a very different way. So that's my talk. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Professor Carlo Cereti, Professor of Iranian Studies at Sapienza University of Rome, and also here at the University of California, Irvine. His research focuses on Zoroastrianism, Middle Iranian languages, and the history and literature of late antique Iran. He has published extensively on Zoroastrian texts, Pahlavi literature, and the intellectual and religious history of Sasanian world. Please join me in welcoming Professor Cereti.
Thank you. First of all, I wish to thank everyone for having been here, and I wish to thank Nastaran for having made this possible. And now I'll try to talk about the reason for which this conference was much needed and what we can get from today's conference. Of course, we all know that basically there are two works on Mazdakism that are considered to be authoritative even today. One was written in 1983 by Ehsan Yershader, and it sort of epitomized the traditional way of looking at Mazdak. He basically considered Mazdakism to be a sort of Gnostic movement building on Zoroastrianism, not on Manichaeism, as had been suggested inter alia by Christensen. That is a movement that was characterized by a strong concern for social issues. Moreover, Yershader wrote that Mazdakism was challenged and defeated by Khosrow I toward the end of Kavad's second reign. In 1991, Patricia Krohn, another enormously influential scholar, though not a scholar of Iranian studies stricto sensu, wrote a major contribution on Kavad, son of Mazdak, proposing, and I quote her words, the simplest solution is that two different incidents have been conflated. The sources contemporary with Kavad's heretical phase failed to mention Mazdak for the simple reason that Mazdak only made his appearance after this phase in the reign of Khosrow. So she separated Kavad's heresy from Mazdak's rebellion. And this is basically what most scholars upheld to the present day. Now, what happens in the last 20 years? Basically, a number of scholars have written on mainly on Zoroastrian sources, on Middle Persian sources, trying to appreciate a new understanding of Mazdakism. None of this has had the authoritative impact that Patricia Krohn had. In 2005, Dan Shapira contributed a ponderous article to the Nameye Iran Bastan, to which Touraj also made reference, in which he drew attention to a few passages in Pahlavi texts that deal with the Mazdakite movement, such as the ones found in Denkar 4th and Bundai's 33rd, that show that they were probably taken from some sort of an historical chronicle. The way the prose goes back to an historical chronicle. There are two passages in the Zandi Bahmanias, you have seen it, that also situate Mazdak clearly in a narrative about world history, and they situate him at the beginning of the apocalypse, of the eschatological times. And of course, there is the passage of Pahlavi Bidevdad 449, which is probably at the basis of a lot of speculation about Mazdakism. So Dan Shapira first drew attention to what the Zoroastrian texts could contribute to understand. In 2009, one of the most important historians of Sasanian Iran, Joseph Wiesehofer, wrote a notable paper on Kavad's and Khosrow's policy vis-a-vis Mazdakism. And this, for some curious reason, this has not had the impact that one would expect. So what he did is basically to reassess the different sources that have been already studied by Krohn, and to put an emphasis on Joshua the Skillet, so on a Syriac source. Here, he postulated that groups identifying with Mazdak likely were not as radical as most sources would have them, and that they only turned radical after Mazdak's death. He thought that during Kavad's first reign, the Mazdakites allied with the pro-Ephtalite factions of their aristocracy. In his reconstruction, it is only halfway through Kavad's second reign when Justin rose to the Byzantine throne in 518, that the Mazdakite and the pro-Ephtalite factions lost the king's favor. And they lost the king's favors because at that point, the king, Kavad, was clearly trying to have Khosrow as his follower on the throne. According to Wiesehofer, a key episode was Zeus's execution reported by Procopius. Basically, he believes that between the end of Kavad's reign and the beginning of Khosrow's, two different persecutions took place. One against Mazdak and the aristocracy, especially the pro-Ephtalite faction of the aristocracy, and the second against the Mazdakites. That is, once Mazdak was killed, the Mazdakites rose in open rebellion, and they were brutally repressed by Kavad and Khosrow. In his reconstruction, that is in Wiesehofer's reconstruction, Kavad and Khosrow convincingly appear as two sovereigns who wanted to push through social reforms, and they did so skillfully by skillfully navigating Sasanian politics, including the Mazdakite movement. Now, I think that this kind of reconstructions, Wiesehofer's reconstruction, basically tallies very well with a number of papers that were read today and that could substantiate. I'm thinking of Nikolaus Schindel's paper, who basically shows that there was no sign of a real Mazdakite, of a Mazdakite disturbance in the coins. I am thinking of David Branscome's paper that shows how the social movements had parallels in Byzantium as well, and that they were repressed in using a terminology, using a rhetoric that was common to the repression of many different heretic or pseudo-heretics in late antiquity or the early Middle Ages. And I'm also thinking of what Mark Gradoni has talked about. Later on, in 2012, the impact of the Mazdakite movement on the canonization of the Avesta, already hinted at by Shapira, was thoroughly studied by Kianush Rezania. Here, Rezania argues with great clarity that the information about a massacre of Manichaeans in 528-29 found in authors such as Malalas and Theophanes is likely due to a misinterpretation of the Middle Persian zandig, which basically means someone who works on the zan. I know that there are other Arabic, let's say, interpretation, which was used, but in no way exclusively for Manichaeans by Orthodox Mazdians, and which was later used by Muslim scholars to define any dualist heresy, but not for Zoroastrianism. Furthermore, Rezania credibly argues in favor of the existence of Zoroastrian exegetical school, of a Zoroastrian exegetical school that counted both Zarathustra of Faza and Mazdak, son of Bamdad, among its most prestigious teachers. So a different exegetical tradition leading to Mazdak. And Rezania reached the conclusion that this sect that became more and more extremist under Kavad triggered the need to establish a canon shared by all exegetical schools, a feat that Zoroastrian sources, as we have seen, thanks to Marsilio Emiliano Vassalli, Lorenzo Di Salvio, and so on, that all Zoroastrian sources assigned to Khosrow. Another important scholar of Iranian studies, François de Blois, twice wrote about Mazdakism, first in 2012 and then in 2015. In his 2012 article, he used Ibn al-Marrakhni's refutation of heretic groups to demonstrate the lack of relevance of Shahristani information on Mazdakism, which in his opinion basically derived from an imperfect transmission of Abu Isa al-Waraq's original text, which means basically of Muqaffa, of Ibn Muqaffa. In his opinion, Mazdak preached a doctrine that was quite distinct from the pro-cosmological Zoroastrian doctrine, apparently pushing Mazdak more on the Manichaean side. Remarkably, de Blois highlights the parallel with the Christian ascetic tradition more than any parallel with Manichaeism. 3 years later, in an article published in a volume dedicated to the reign of Khosrow I, de Blois once more examined Mazdakism, discussing An-Nadim's renowned passage on the Khurramiyya, and we will be back on this, and setting it against the background of other Arabic, Middle Persian, and Syriac sources. First of all, he focused his attention on the fact that the Fihrist mentions two Mazdaks, Mazdak the Ancient, Mazdakul Qadim, whom he identifies with Zarathustra Faza, and Mazdak the Last, Mazdakul Akhir, who, according to him, should be identified with the Mazdak that was active during Kavad's time. This also leads to another conclusion by de Blois, that Mazdak may be a title. So you have a number of Mazdak that came one after the last. Moreover, quoting Al-Biruni's chronology, de Blois dates Mazdak's first appearance to the year 515 or 516 of the current era, a date following midway in Kavad's second reign, thus intrinsically confirming Krohn's suggestion to separate Kavad's heresy from Mazdak rebellion. But of course, this date would also work with Wieserhofer's reconstructions of Mazdakism. Now, what I think was the most important contribution to the study of Mazdakism in this last 20 years was contained in the same volume containing de Blois' second paper, where Maria Mazuk published what I consider a foundational article in which she was able to demonstrate that the passages on Mazdak found in Denkat 3 and Denkat 7 use a precise and punctual legal terminology dating back to the Sasanian period. So this would confirm that these two passages mentioning Mazdak are really Sasanian, because I mean we must all remember that basically Zoroastrian texts were written in the 9th and 10th century. So they may, some of their content relates to the Islamic period. From the historical point of view, Mazuk shares the idea voiced by many before her that what came to be known as Mazdakism was a doctrine originally preached by Zarathustra Faza, a Zoroastrian priest who, in her interpretation, was Mani's contemporary. Moreover, she dates the Mazdakite movement to the late 5th century, suggesting that the revolts took place under Kavad's first reign. Differently from what Krohn and intrinsically de Blois and Wieserhofer thought, in her analysis of the passage on the Mazdakites found in Denkat 7, she identified some specific actions that angered the Orthodox. The first accusation in the Denkat is that the Mazdakites did not allow the fair share owed to the priest for performing ceremonies, specifically by performing ceremonies themselves and not allocating sacrificial meat according to custom. The second accusation is that this sectarian fostered matrilineal descent against traditional patrilineal lineage. The third allegation is that they repudiate all property, including women, thereby violating and negating the complex and conservative Sasanian law regarding property and inheritance. Fourthly, the Mazdakites are accused of not keeping to their oath, var, being therefore contract breakers, mihirodruj, a major sin for Zoroastrians, summing up to define justice and law. Mazuk also analyzed a second passage in Denka 3, showing that according to this book, Mazdakites were accused of not heeding Zoroastrian marriage law, of destroying the sturi, the substitute succession, which is typical of Zoroastrian family law, and abolishing hereditary, and therefore abolishing hereditary property, and basically annihilating ownership, hueshib, and possession, darishm, both technical terms in Sasanian law. And these, according to her, show that according to the Orthodox priests, the Mazdakites willingly attacked the heart of the state and the core jurisdictions of law, adding that the exact use of legal terminology could very well point, as I have already said, to an older source from the Sasanian age itself. So basically, you see how all these different authors point to the fact that Middle Persian sources can, at least regarding Mazdak, really date to the Sasanian period. And I think that this works very well with what Vassalli has shown today, with what Agostini has talked about, and also with what Salvio has talked about. Basically, looking at Middle Persian sources as being sources that can be considered, at least on these passages, as primary sources for the Sasanian Empire. And of course, this once more weakens Patricia Krohn's reconstruction, and if anything, pushes toward a reconstruction more similar to the one that was promoted by Wiesehofer. Again, but I will not talk very much about this because Touraj has already introduced his own article in the history of socialism, which basically draws attention once more to the social and economic dimension of Mazdakism. So, to what extent were these scholars, and to what extent was what we have said today able to improve our understanding of Mazdakism since Krohn's seminal 1991 article? So, papers like those of Shapira, Rezania, De Blois, and Mazuk, as well as those by Agostini, Vassalli, and Salvio, all highlights the importance of parallel sources, showing that Mazdak was an indispensable protagonist of the Zoroastrian literary tradition and also an indispensable protagonist of late Sasanian story. Basically, this calls into discussion the axiom stating that no contemporary source mentioned Mazdak. This is technically true. Pahlavi books date to the 9th and 10th century CE, and it is nonetheless false because the passages on Mazdak cannot but rely on older material, and that this material cannot but date from the Sasanian period. I believe that what Rezania wrote about the fact that the establishment of a Zoroastrian canon was a reaction to Mazdakite heresy also pushes in the same direction. And finally, this explains somehow why, and we were talking about this with Nikolaus Schindel in the break, why contemporary Byzantine sources do not talk about this. Because if the reconstruction is Wieserhofer's reconstruction, and if the reconstruction points toward the idea that Mazdakism was not such a devastating movement as later sources influenced by the narrative invented by Khosrow I decided that he was, it is clear that a foreign author, Procopius, even Agasias, and so on, would not care about a religious polemic within Zoroastrianism. Simply, they did not speak about Mazdakism because they did not consider important Mazdakism for the main objective of their narrative, that was to narrate the political history of Byzantium with a, let's say, with a counterpart on the other side. But today's symposium has also brought some things that not only has seen some interventions that not only confirm what Wieserhofer had said or strengthen our hand on one interpretation rather than the other, but open completely new, let's say, perspectives. And I think that Lara Fabian's and not by chance, 2 out of 3 are archaeological or archaeologically based. Lara Fabian's description of what was happening in Gilan in those years can bring further evidence to show a substantial continuity, if this can be proved in late Sasanian Empire, in a region like Gilan that has some dynamics that are separate from the heart of the Sasanian Empire. I think that Arvin's Maghsoudlou contribution also shows that that has to be, in my opinion, discussed to see how much this, how innovative is the tradition of drinking cups. It shows somehow that something happened in the late Sasanian Empire that changed social dynamics. Now, how much and how intimately that is connected to Mazdakism can be discussed. It may be an evolution in society which would have taken place with or without Mazdak, but it is extremely, it's still extremely interesting, and one needs to look at it much more closer. And finally, Ani Honarchan's contribution on Armenian sources shows how much evidence can one dig out of Armenian sources. Of course, in my opinion, Armenian sources, especially the older Armenian sources, like Lazar and Elishe, are almost primary sources from the Sasanian Empire. And again, they tend to show that there was basically a continuity, so that probably Mazdakism was not as, let's say, Mazdakism was presented a terrible challenge to the clergy, but probably not as much to society as it is itself. Now, I think that there are many tasks that are left to do, and some of them will be carried out in the process of editing this volume. I think that, first of all, we need a complexified reassessment of the Mazdakite movement based on today's workshop and on the many studies that have been published after Kron. We need, and this has been anticipated by Touraj, a real, thorough reassessment of the so-called Mazdak Nameh, based on a new philological study of the stories told by Nizamul Mulk and by the author of the Parsi Rivayat, which has already been done by Christensen, but that should be redone, especially to overcome Tafazoli's article. I mean, I proposed to my teacher, so imagine how many ages ago, Gherardonioli, that we should republish the Mazdaknameh contained in the Rivaya, and he said, oh no, there is no need. Tafazoli has shown that it is, that it never existed. But if one reads Tafazoli, Tafazoli did not say, it's not, do not look at Nizamul Mulk, do not look at the Rivaya. He simply said that the title of a book mentioned in An-Nadim's Firis could be Mazdaknameh and not Mazdaknameh, which doesn't mean there was no Mazdaknameh, simply attacks one specific point. But today, I think in Salvio's lecture, he drew our attention on the fact that in Eutychius, that when Eutychius spoke of the Mazdakites, he called them Mardakites. So, I mean, the evidence is now on both sides, whatever it be, but still, one should look into the Siyasat-Nameh and learn why the hell I was about to say, and I did say it, that must be because of old age, but basically, why should Nizam Mulk talk about the Mazdakites if it had no interest for his argument? I think that also we need, and we have started to do it, we need a new and choral effort to study Mazdakism in the framework of the passage from late antiquity to the early middle. Therefore, analyzing it in the parallel with similar upheavals that took place in the Byzantine Empire as well as in Iran, significantly forging the future of a vast geographic area from Central Asia to the Caucasus, from the Iranian highlands to the Arabian Peninsula. And again, I thank David Branscome for being here. I thank Zina Giannapolo for having this as part of the program of classics. Lara for what she has shown about Gilan, and of course Hani for the information on Armenian tradition. And finally, I must add one thing that just is here. I think that the emphasis on vegetarianism has nothing to do with vegetarianism. It's not about asceticism. It's not about being closer to Manichaeism. It's not, as de Blois would like, about being closer to some sort of Christian ascetic sense. It may be, I mean, there may have been tendencies in that direction, but the fact that they talk about meat and the need to abandon meat, it's simply because the followers of Mazdak believed to be living in the final days. And they shared the original beliefs, Zoroastrian beliefs, by which when the millennium comes near, when just 30 years are lacking, you stop eating meat. When 20 years are missing, you need 20 years to get to the end of the millennium, you stop eating vegetables. And when 10 years are left, you stop drinking water, and then of course you die, because that's the only solution, anticipating the end of the millennium. So I think that there can be no doubt in considering Mazdakism to have been also a millenaristic movement, as is clearly shown by most Pahlavi passages dealing with Mazdak, and with the way in which the Mazdakite or the Mazdian orthodoxy reacted to Mazdakism. So this also should be in the center of our reconstruction. And finally, I also want to thank Touraj for this final paper on the reception of Mazdakism, because reception is a theme that we have to have at the center of our thinking, especially in a place like UCI with the tradition that UCI have. So it is important to look at the past, what the past is, and of course, being a philologist, and an old school philologist, for me it is the main thing, but it is also important to look at the past for what it has left to us in modern and contemporary society. Thank you. Just a very technical thing. Don't forget to send your papers in by the end of September. We'll try to force Touraj's hands and have it published in 1 year's time in his series. And so I'm slow. Try not to be as slow as I am. Thank you.